And then when you encounter those 5 new events, it's like, what? Or like you say like made siegers more clear, but what that actually means is here's a new dialogue window that popped up during the siege update, that kind of thing. We can keep talking about this while I dig into hell. At least that's how I see it. It's a good chill game. That's such a weird one, man. Crimson Desert. One thing I will say about Graveyard Keeper is be wary of the sequel, because the developer has been like spam posting AI slop for the past like 2 years and has been going on about how great it is that like he doesn't have contractors anymore. So like the first one, Graveyard Keeper, solid game, was released before that stuff started, but I'd be wary about the sequel. Just be wary. It might be full of generated assets. Maybe. Is it okay for you to build a farm at -1 Z levels since it's the only level with loam? Certainly. If you look for caves, you could also farm, or you could take buckets of water and dump them down a level and make mud, and then you could farm on the mud. Mud is more efficient, same with cave levels, but you can absolutely farm 1 level below ground and be fine. But be careful with one thing. If you chop down trees and you're literally directly beneath the dirt, any tree that you chop down that is above your farm will leave an open hole where the tree was, so just make sure you fill those in. Zane, hello. It's good to see you. Yeah, no, absolutely, Mary. Absolutely. I know nothing, Zane. Nothing! You really try to get Tarn to not hide everything? I don't know. I mean, like, I've gotten Elfie in chat to make me little sprites of wizard dwarfs to use in thumbnails and stuff, so that I actually have stuff to talk about and use as like a visual in videos to help get people to look at a thing, and then I try my best to explain what we do know about magic stuff, and then the next day I get comments asking about something that hasn't been talked about since 2016. So like I kind of feel like I'm fighting an uphill battle, and I think that you guys probably are in a similar boat when it comes to like explaining what the hell this game is. You get so excited about trying to surprise us? Certainly! And people want to be surprised. But you got to tell people if you want people to know that the surprise is coming. They wouldn't disclose their AI if they didn't have to? Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like that's probably every major game developer. Same. Meanwhile, then there's like Arc Raiders that had all the AI voice stuff that they're slowly removing. Which I do think's kind of funny, actually. Bioactive, how about a Kid Dwarf to start the stream? Sure. No. Do you have a preference of Kid Dwarf? One of the happy smells? Well, there's 2. There's Dumed or Datan. I can't tell. Are you? Dumed's little lady, and sprites are too small. And Datan's little lady. So would you like Dumed or Datan? Or there's also like Logem, if you want a boy dwarf. Male? Okay, so we'll go with like this one then. Look at him, going gray, so young, just like me. Sorry, I have to read this rage post for some chat. You guys want some Schadenfreude? I'm making fun of the game, not you, Gavros. Gavros shows up in chat and says, I've had 2 adamantine weapon artifacts, both maces. Garbage. Expensive garbage. You poor soul. I would just put those in a weapon trap. And just, like, watch enemies dodge out of the way of it. So what's the plan for tonight? Well, I'm going to go see a band called Holy Fuck in a few hours. That's the plan for tonight. The plan for tonight is, yesterday we became the mountain home. Monstermesh became the mountain home of the Bolt of Contests. And today we're going to try and dig deeper. Wait, are the maces bad? So maces do damage based on weight. 8-year lobsters. So if it's a light material, it's weak. Adamantine is the lightest metal material or one of the lightest metal materials in the game. There's one other that's similar, but those are different. So you want like heavy materials. You want like platinum. You want gold. You want lead. You want bronze. You want something that's like dense and heavy. And adamantine is light and sharp, so it's like basically making a like bludgeoning stick out of the lightest material in the game. Just need to do something real quick. I have a setting I got to trigger. There we go. You love making silver hammers. Silver hammers are great. Like, silver is the best material for the default Warhammer. This is bioactive. He always presents himself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world. He is greatly pleased by his own looks and accomplishments, and he has a sense of duty. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and often feels envious of others. He does not go out of his way to help others and is slow to trust others. He often feels lustful. It is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he's moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and tries to keep his things orderly. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He licks his lips when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He doesn't really care about anything anymore. What are we knowing about, Zane? What's up, Dulkin? I don't know. I feel like getting hit by a rolled up newspaper would hurt more than a feather, but no, dwarves are not made of pool noodles, Winter, because dwarves would float if they were pool noodles. Unless you're saying that they made a artifact mace out of a pool noodle, then maybe, but like more like balsa wood. Oh, was I? I just was reading automatic. So by that I mean reading chat while also reading the text on screen and not processing either of it. Anyway, he personally deeply respects eloquent speakers, values tranquility and a peaceful day. We did have the perfect incel dwarf, though, who we ended up naming Chud, I think. He was literally like, hates everything, doesn't like people that are different than himself, dislikes knowledge, hates romance, constantly lustful, like, unfriendly and disagreeable, bothered by this, values romance as a concept, like, had no friends. It was very funny. Anyway, this dwarf likes sylvite, steel, topaz, crystal glass, milkfish bone, cave spider silk, battle axes, crutches, elephants for their aggressive sparring, and the sound of the bewildering intricacy. And when possible, prefers to consume giant brown recluse spoder, fisherberries, and wine, and absolutely hates snails. And he's very fat. This is a happy dwarf, yeah. Your mom and dad are alive. You've got a younger brother. You worship Sidur, although none of the dwarves in this faction are part of religions. They're very non-religious dwarves. So the living dwarves in this fort are Ice Blue, Aiden Knott, Q and Jasmine, Smithy Fem, Greg, Paddington, Egg, Ledoran, Kira, Darius the bear, Abrax, Rat, G-Fry the looping builder, or Griffrey, Jarfrey, I don't even know what that person's name is, Ironzak, Kravis the Great, Chef's Intern, Jennerson. Legends are available, so if you want to look up your dwarf or any of these dwarves in Legends, you can type an ! Legends in the chat, or go to legends.blindrl.net. We've got Herman, the miller, who hasn't made an artifact chair, and I'm upset about that. Sadualek, probably Jody Creed, Steel Stitch, Drekken, and Clad, and Four Tails, and Beer Manir, 409, Tiny Haj, Biff, Wispy, Glass, Moreb, Odinson. One of my military dwarves is chained up. Maybe that's why the squads couldn't leave. Anyway, Tall, Comet Colossus, Eric, and I think I'm going to go turn my fan on. I'm sweating all of a sudden. Rookie, and Bimbal, and who else is alive? Tata Fanau, and Bioactive, obviously. Vic, who's one of my bards, who's also a goblin. Not a goblin spy, who's a goblin spy, probably. And I think that's everybody. So, we have a lot of pet rocks. Like, quite a lot. I had a couple die recently during a siege. I also have a squad that's entirely not here right now, which has Weed, Lumox, Donut, Lanix, Sandberg, Slug, Bronze, Wolf, and I can't remember the name of that last one, but they don't have a nickname anyway. And because I have another polar bear. Holy shit, cool. Maybe I actually have a breeding pair now. Anyway, because we're breeding rocks, we got a little bit ridiculous, and now we also have pet dragons. And some of the pet dragons, specifically like Mice Nerd the Cooked, the babies, I have parked up here. This is the front door to the fort, to get into the fort. And they have caught not one, but 2 giants, a were creature, and a whole squad of goblins. They are babies, but don't be fooled. Deez is 4 years old, Radish is 3, and Mice Nerd is 4, which means they're like the size of a bison. So they're not small. They're babies, but they're not small. If I like go to the kills, like 3 kills, we've got 4 kills, and yeah, they don't get credited for the ones that they burn. So the were creature just like disappeared. There is a clip from yesterday of the were creature getting toasted, which is fucking great. But yeah, that's the front door to the fort now. So one of the first plans for today is to turn this into no longer a front door, because currently this is a front door and I want this to be not a front door. This should be like an outdoor farming area or something. So that's plan 1. That's the first thing that we need to do. Maybe make this into more of an entryway instead of just an opening. That's the first thing I need to do. The second thing I need to do is, if we go down into the fortress itself, as I said earlier, we are in fact a mountain home. We have this, which is our glorious throne room for our king, and our glorious adamantine throne, which is encrusted with as many gems as I was willing to wait for them to encrust it on. So it's a very valuable throne, and it belongs to our king. And we've taken over several sites in the overworld, so our power is extending, and we are growing as a superpower in the world, considering this faction had 5 population when we started. We have a couple rocks, a couple dragons. I've released them, but I also had a bunch of Ettins and other things, Hydras and such, Cyclops. I might just place the cages in there. I was trying to get them to breed, but I kind of gave up, and they started tantruming, so I've just like let them out, and I'm ignoring them at the minute. Occasionally I get bored and feed them to my dragons. But anyway, down here we have like our little cavern layer farming setup. which I'm trying to extend so that we can actually access all the caverns, because currently I don't have access to this side, so we do need to build along here at some point, but it just is what it is. And if we go further down, we have access to this cavern layer, but it's all sealed off because I don't really need to access more cavern layers. If we go further down, further down, further down, further down, further down, this is where we've been digging. This is where all of our adamantine goes. We have some marks dwarves that work and live right there, basically, and we can go further down to about here, which is the top of the adamantine spire, and we can go down, 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 and as you can see, they are digging! Digging away down, which is great. Can it be adopted again? If the pet outlives its owner, it cannot be adopted again. And if the owner dies on the map, the pet will occasionally return to where its owner died and, like, have sad thoughts. It's really sad if a pet's owner dies. If it's a military-trained pet, it can be assigned to a new military dwarf, but it can't ever form a bond with another dwarf. I would say those dragons are no longer babies. I think at this point they're juveniles. Definitely delinquents. But I don't know if it's totally fair to call them babies anymore. So yeah, that's the fort at the minute. We are digging down, and hopefully we can do some sort of invasion of the Underworld today. No, none of them did. Quick fate. I wasn't really expecting them to. I was just kind of well, let's try because I can. I'm just gonna turn on my fan real quick. There we go. I now have moving air. It's nice. Why is Dragonfire blue? Because blue fire is hotter than normal fire. It's like an indicator that it's hotter than most fire is. So why is Dragonfire blue? Science is why. But, yeah. So plan for today is we're going to try and dig down and get deeper. And ideally, we'll make some good progress. And then we're slowly dumping buckets of water in there to make the lava go away. And ideally, we'll make enough progress that we can see some noticeable difference down here and eventually make our way into the underworld and maybe fight some demons with some dragons. Wouldn't that be fun? There won't be a stream tomorrow, but there will be a stream on Saturday. And, yeah, that's where we're at. But yeah, so essentially Dragonfire is hotter than the sun. It is magic fire. It's not normal fire, meaning because it's magic fire, it has a higher temperature threshold, essentially, making it more dangerous than regular fire, which is why when stuff gets burned with Dragonfire, it doesn't usually catch on. It doesn't always catch on fire unless it's really big. Usually what happens is they just kind of die, immediately. Tonight I'm going to a concert, not tomorrow night. Polar Bear Man's been found dead? I didn't see any combat. Succumb to infection. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, shit. Rest in peace, Polar Bearman. The sequel to Fire, Fire 2. Also, I'm just going to go to this. My body disposal. Just say bear. Polar bear men. Speaking of polar bears. God damn it. I still don't have a trained polar bear. That is male. I have 3 female polar bears. Morning, Undeath. It's good to see you, man. I'm gonna slaughter some rocks. Because I've got kind of too many female rocks, I think. Hollow worm? What makes you say such thing? What Shinobi said? Do the rocks lay eggs? Yeah, that's why they're stealing the nest boxes from the chickens. I do have quite a large population of them, so they're actually laying eggs faster than, like, my nest boxes can keep up. They lay a cluster of eggs every 3 to 6 months. You know, I wonder if I could sell them a rock. Wonder if I could sell the elves a rock, chat. Let's see. So I'll bet you I could. Let's just bring a cage. Except it needs to be one of their cages. So a grown highwood cage. I mean, they like live animals. They just have to be in their cages. We're in an ad. Wait, might be a problem? We'll see. You might be right, but they often bring giant animals, so. Also, as a reminder to everybody, this is a crowd-funded channel, so I make a living because people gift subs, subscribe with Prime, use YouTube memberships, cheer bits, that kind of thing. If you want to support the channel and also get around ads, you can subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDRIRL, or alternatively, if you happen to have a Prime sub available, use that, and it actually pays a large portion of my bills. That's all I got. So if you want to help support the channel, consider subscribing to twitch.tv/blindrill. I make good sales pitches. Also, you could go to my website and subscribe directly. For $7 a month, you can get a soundboard on Twitch. And if you are subscribed to the channel, could I get a round of beers? Sound off. You're the real ones. Thanks for keeping the channel funded. All right, we're through the dumb ad. Where was I? Right, yeah. You can sell them any trained animal or tame animal as long as it's tamed or trained. And that just, like, quadrupled my daily revenue. We had 2 subscriptions before that. Thank you, Greg, and then some. And thank you to the other one that I saw in the notifications over here. Midi-chloronite with the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. We'll sell them this rock. From the ads he was getting? Yeah. Also, I know most of the people who were in that 10-pack. And good shot on Bioactive. Appreciate you, chat. That's not my birthday yet. That's in like a month, Captain Crunch, but we'll get there soon enough. I mean, I give gifts every day in the form of free entertainment for the internet. Scout Pie. Greetings from the woodlands, blah, blah, blah. 10 trees. Yeah, it's fine. I haven't chopped down a tree in 3 years, so. Oh, it's other Greg's birthday. Pfft. There's too many Gregs. There can be only one. But happy birthday, other Greg. This is how you learn what order streamer reads chat. Why is there fighting sounds? That seems bad. So, hold up. There is a wild rock murdering all my birds. Because it lost its training. Shoutouts to Anonymous Gifter, by the way. Not the ducks. We're losing all of the peckers. I'm just going to send the militia right here. Oopsies. We're just going to go kill it. Now it's fighting with some elf performer. It has killed Steel Stitch, who is one of my dwarves. I'm just going to forbid everything in here. And I'm going to move this to... Oopsies, I'm on the wrong level. Where am I? Move this to over here. Because I have the wrong tool selected, but that's fine. And I'm going to go over to here, and I'm going to erase that. What's the actual size of a rock in DF? I would need to open the wiki. Large. I've got 2 dwarves that are fighting with it. Where's the rock? The rock is having a rough time. 2 dwarves are actually kind of putting it into submission. Let's just tell them to go kill it. All right. Well, that was something. That's actually the first animal that I've had lose its training. I thought that that thing was chained up, but I must have, like, absent-mindedly released it at some point. They are a very large bird. Bigger than an elephant? It's like a T-Rex eagle. I would you can tell me if I'm close to in that or not. Something like that. They have a massive wingspan. Yeah. But thank you very much for those gifts, chat. I do appreciate you, and happy birthday, Greg, and then some. I hope that you get to do something other than watch my silly streams on your birthday. All right, let's go see where was I trying to sell things to the elves? Okay, sweet. This rock got placed right here. I will now deconstruct this and then set it as trading. Shame that indeed. Chris in YouTube chat, shame. All right, so we'll get you over here. And then just forbid and unforbid. Cage. Send that over there. It's a fantastic book called The Science of Monsters that discusses how large a rock would be in real life and what would be needed to support an animal like that. I was reading something ages ago that, like, the reason you duck when a shadow is above you is because
planetary
of, like,
rotation state.
Being afraid of birds that could hurt you, implying that there were birds that were big enough that they could pick us up at one point, which is, you know, a fun thing to think about. Merc, thank you very much for the 32nd month. Yeah, they can carry it. I think. So, like, yeah, they got 6,800, 68,079 weight permitted, and 67,000. So, yeah, no, plenty of weight. Plenty of weight. I couldn't do more than one, but I can sell them one. Buy all of the turbans and head scarves and gloves for that price. All of the fun fruits and cherries, etc. Trousers, etc. Undies. Yuppers. The skirts, of course. And what did you bring under animals? Probably something, right? Peach-faced lovebird, giant white stork. Yeah, it's fine. Trade, done. I don't need a giant loon. I've got plenty of sources of meat. I don't need more. It's not really beneficial to me, aside from being kind of funny, in regards to the giant loon. You know rocks from Age of Mythology? Yeah. No, that checks out. It's certainly about right in most instances. I'm trying to decide if I should build a trading depot that goes here or not, or extend this. Maybe I should. You think they're neat? I was doing that for the first couple years, and I've butchered most of them already, so I've kind of stopped bothering. I do have quite a large livestock supply of bizarre large animals, so if I didn't have all of this, maybe I would be, like, less inclined to do that, but... Squad hasn't returned yet. Actually, I do have a dwarf that's chained. What squad are you in? No, okay, you're in the middle squad, not the squad that's actively invading something, so that's good. I should be able to dig through that. Let's just do green glass blocks and see what's beneath that. Buy every animal, feed them to the dragons? I mean, sure. I guess I'll just say this. It's not a priority at the moment. Right now, the priority is just get underground and and get adamantine dug up because it takes forever. And get stuff made out of it. You know, I've got 6 adamantine wafers at the moment. That's all I'm trying to do. Let's just get this stuff made into something useful. Is that Petrosaur the Quasicollatus? I'm not sure what Petrosaur you're referring to. Are you talking about like the dinosaur tease stuff for Dwarf Fort? Or is there something that I'm missing here? Because I'm not a dino buff in the slightest. Where's Laughing Llama when we need him? Oh, the biggest recording flying Petrosaur? Oh, I don't know. No idea. I was a dinosaur, like, kid when I was a little kid, but it's not that I've outgrown it or anything like that. It's just, like, I kind of hit a limit of my interest level and then just kind of stopped at a point. The pterosaur? That sounds like a tasty root vegetable dinosaur. Or like a dude who's going to predict tarot cards. Also, speaking of, I don't know why I'm thinking about this. I was thinking about this, actually I do know why I'm thinking about this. I was thinking about this YouTube channel that I found a while ago. Specifically because of Forbidden Solitaire. So I played through a game recently called Forbidden Solitaire. It's solitaire with some FMV and a silly mystery, and it's evil and violent as a joke. It's a fun little game that I enjoyed quite a bit. But there's a YouTuber that I stumbled upon a very long time ago, and I'm not even sure how. Like, there was just a video that was recommended to me by YouTube. It's one of those videos where it's like, why does this have 100 views and it's recommended to me? And it's this guy who looks like he's in his, I'm going to guess, somewhere in his 50s. Okay? And he uploads a video every 90 minutes or so to YouTube, and they get like 1,000 views, and it's just tarot card readings. Found that channel once. Oh, also he's dressed up like a wizard. I should mention that. That's pretty critical. And looks pretty silly. And I found this channel once and was like, that is amazing. I'm gonna need to find this again. And I can't for the fucking life of me find it again. I was trying to find it yesterday and like I couldn't find it. So I'm like kind of worried the channel's gone. It's like ridiculous, Brodequay. But like, he's one of those people who looks like he's in his 50s, but like could also be like 95 and retired. That seems like the greatest retirement thing of all time is I'm just going to sit in front of a giant crystal ball, pretend to be a wizard on the internet, and read tarot card readings. Anyone dressing like a wizard is great. Just like the guy in 2012. 2012, New Year's Eve, I was working night shift at McDonald's, Bullet Hell, and this dude ran in wearing a wizard hat, carrying a staff covered entirely in tinfoil, and he just screamed, "What year is it?" And we were like, what? And then he just said, "Fuck!" and then ran out. So is that also great? It's one of the most entertaining, memorable things that happened in my time working night shift at McDick's. Kind of wild how much dressed up like a wizard changed what you thought about this. He has a beard, like he looks like it. Maybe it's just Deep Space's dad. Or like great uncle or something. Deep Space's distant relative. Okay, up here. We should be totally safe to just dig through this. I'm not seeing anything sketchy. Outside of like lava, or heat, but that's just the stuff beneath it. So I'm just gonna go to labor, standing orders other, dig through Warmstone. Gavros in YouTube chat says, so I have about 10 dwarves and about 40 giant bears to the goblin capital of about 10,000 population. Good luck! If they don't have a demon, you probably have a chance. If they do have a demon, you might or might not. What? What? I don't think the traders have left yet. Greg and then some. The Warbarok Melville Torsidil has come, a very large prey, and so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. Beneath its mighty wings, all should fear the sky. So, hold up. what was its name? Melville. I don't know. Like, Greg and then some asks, what's going on? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, it must have been the merchants leaving. I didn't train it for war, though. It was just a tame rock. It's not in the pets tab. I already checked. It's not in the other tab. It's not in the pets tab. Like, if I go here and I type in war, the only one that appears is Rith, which is down here and definitely not the one that just arrived on the surface because it has a totally different name. Is it a were animal? It's a war rock. It is not a were creature. There's also no such thing as a were rock. I mean, that rock disappeared to me. That's a where there rock. Where the rock? Good fucking question. I have no idea. The one that I had didn't have a name, so entirely possible. But maybe that's a way that we can release them into the world? Like, I want it to re-attack me and be tame already. Wouldn't that be... We may have found an infinite money glitch, chat. If I can send a rock off map with traders and then just fucking steal it back by it just reappearing and being retrained, that is a homing rock. Yeah, it's like a homing pigeon. But it rocks. You need Legends with an S. Legends doesn't get updated in real time, though. I could quick save and check, though. Do you guys want me to? No, it won't be in Legends, because I updated it last night before I loaded. I'll do that after we get back in game. Elmirin. Because I saw it after I started the saving. And then I would need to save again, otherwise you'll lose it. There's 10 historical figure hungry heads. What are they named for? Stone. I'll also just like upload it so you guys can just see it. Open Legends is the command, and then this will crash the game, but it's fine. Because it lets me export, and then export. Now we have to wait for like a minute. Yeah, maybe? Was that it? Hold on, let me just go look. Monster Mesh. Agreement proposed is accepted on the both of contests. It's early spring. It was mid-spring that it happened. This is... Merchants arrived. You'd think that would be in Legends. But, what was its last name? Shovel Lanterns? So, I have a theory. This dwarf, Weed McYeet, is currently invading a goblin location. That rock is one of Weed McYeet's pets. There is a possibility that any Mega Beast can invade us per season, because I've got the minimum number of seasons per Mega Beast attack set to 0. At this point, most likely, I'd be willing to bet that the majority of large Mega Beasts like rocks, dragons, etc. are in my fort. Do you think it's possible that it could pull my own off-map Mega Beasts to attack me? But because my dwarves and that squad aren't on map, they're attacking me. But because they're tame, they just immediately leave and I get a notification and they're gone. That's the only idea I have. Let's get the game restarted. And I'll update legends behind the scenes. That's all that would make sense to me. This smells like a thing for Putnam. I mean, just take what I just said, clip it, and send it to Putnam. I don't know. This is also such an edge case thing that, like, unless there's, like, negative consequences, I don't think it matters. At least not worth derailing Putnam. It can't lose training. It's tame. All of my war rocks are fully tamed. They cannot lose training. But remember how I set this fort up so that I would get attacked by a dragon that's already trained? Like, that's how I set this fort up from the beginning, was that I would encounter a dragon that was already trained so I wouldn't have to train it a second time or worry about it attacking me. But because it's in a squad, it just automatically relieves the map. Like, they can't lose training once they're in a squad. I have to disable overlay. And what do you want me to name Wererock? Do you want me to name a dwarf Wererock, a rock Wererock, a dragon Wererock, a chicken Wererock? What am I naming Wererock? Ilmirin. A rock. Okay. There you go. If you want me to literally write Wererock, then I can do that. She takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance, almost never feels discouraged, is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is assertive and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and thinks that she is fairly important to the grand scheme of things, and tries to do things correctly each time, and she tries to do things correctly each time, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she is quick to form negative views about things. But yeah, that's the only thing that makes any sense to me as a possibility. I'm gonna real quick go use the washroom. I will be back momentarily. Also, ads are about to run, so that's perfect timing. I'll just run those now. And pause the game. BRB. All right. I return. Also, I don't know if any of you guys clipped that, but if you did, please clip it. If you didn't, is what I should say. Please clip it. Because I would really like to know what the actual result of that is. And then I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to standing orders other. Turn that off. Oh, no, don't dig through damn stone. Do the other one. There we go. Anyway. I don't think that that's like a necessarily annoying thing. It just, or a bad thing. It just means we'll get like funny notifications sometimes. What am I going to use adamantine for? Weaponry. What else would I use it for? I found out that, oh, actually another funny thing. Because of the way dye works now, if you set your fortress to automatically dye all thread, and you happen to be mining adamantine, your dwarves will dye the adamantine before they turn it into bricks. And it doesn't change the color of the bricks, nor does it change the value of the adamantine. So that's fun. And also they won't use the adamantine strands until they've been dyed if you have that setting enabled. So, just in case you were wondering what that setting would do, it's interesting, shall we say. Why the glass floor? So I can see what's beneath it. I'm not even joking. Like, it lets you see beneath, so you can see holes. So if there's like something sus in here, then I can see it, which is very handy. So I can see like where the lava pockets are. So this is just 2 lava pockets from the looks of things, meaning I could just dig through this, channel it out, and the lava will flow out, and we'll all be safe. You have returned skillet biscuit. Skillet biscuit? What's a skillet biscuit? Is this like a pancake, but thicker? Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. I wonder. Oh, maybe those were just those 2, yeah? Item 2 injured. Udil. Dwarf is 2 injured. Are you still in the military? What squad are you in? Points of mining? I'm gonna go... cancel this mission, because I'm wondering if the rock coming back screwed up the off-map mission, because they've been gone for way too long. It's like a 9-day travel. They shouldn't be gone for like more than a season, so let's hope they come back. Let's play the they hope they come back game. I'm not too worried, to be honest. Let's also play the cautiously. Squint and go, is that? I can't tell. A dangerous hole in the wall or not. You go there. Find out what's behind that. And dig out that. That should all be fine. glass floor have an exposed beast to me. It just exposes open areas, which is enough. It's enough for me to go, I need to be cautious. Nope, doesn't need it. See, like that? Doing that is very dangerous, and I try not to do that. Unless I need to. There's a shoe on fire. A bucket on fire. If they don't come back now, they'll come back in the next migrant wave. Retrieve squad's already tried it twice. It's not going to work the third time. The sock survived? Yep. It's a very lucky sock. And some trousers, in fact. Give them time. They're not a small squad. By that I mean there's a lot of war creatures assigned to that squad. To 13 wafers. Chat, helms or spears? Or swords? Or picks. I do like making adamantine picks. Let's do adamantine picks. We'll do 6 adamant. Oh, I should turn on my numpad. We'll do 6 adamantine picks. And adamantine spear. Well, fortunately, you can hack it up to do what you want, Mary. Have I found help? No. No, I have not. I mean, this is the first level of adamantine. This is the second. And it takes a while to dig through adamantine now. As it has, since the update to the speed of mining has changed. Which I actually can't remember when that came in. That was Siege up, right after the Siege update, right? And then you can do that. After they dig through all this. That should be next. Since all that's being worked on. Can adapix punch armor? I'm mostly mining or making adamantine picks because it'll make my miners mine faster. There you go. See, squad's back. Just takes a little bit. Yeah, they didn't even make it. That's fine, though. So where's your rock what attacked me? Yeah, it was this one. Weird, dude. Weird. Spooky, spooky. This is a location that we've conquered. And this is a location that we've conquered. So we've conquered these 2 spots. And taken over it, which is expanding my faction's reach. So I'm going to continue invading them, I think. They do have one location back here, which is this Dark Goblin Fortress, Gear Spider, which has a Demon Overlord in it, so I need to be cautious about that spot, but the rest of them, we can keep punching. Humid Black, I think, was the one that we were attacking. Let's go for this one. I'm just going to pillage it. Vile Last. And also, I'm going to stop doing things with skulls, I think. And I'm going to toss them. Skulls. Bodies. Skulls. Just kind of no longer interested in keeping this stuff around. Like, we can make totems when we happen to have them, but I don't know. It's not super necessary. Oh, another thing I should do is update their armor over here. Made 3 adamantine picks. Let's see if my miners swapped them intelligently. Which I don't think they do. Just gonna go down to here, and I'm going to swap change standard selections to blueprints, stop all these. 1, 2, 3, reassign them after they very clearly drop it, so there you is. These dwarves are also all gonna go take naps. To see a giant grizzly running around. That giant grizzly, like, executed a diplomat recently, so. What do you gain from having conquered settlements? Mostly overworld prowess. On paper, you can request workers. And on paper, they can provide, like, distractions. So if you're only at war with, like, a faction or two, they're less likely to attack you. Because there's going to be more things in between you and them. Also, I'm just going to go update Legends real quick. Not that you guys are going to get a ton out of me updating Legends right now, but I'm just going to go do it. Just give me a second. So if you're looking at Legends right now, it's going to disappear. Probably, unless you have it loaded. And just uploading to my server and send it. Please don't error out on me. That'd be annoying. And there you go. Okay, so legends.blindarl.net should be updated now. You now have more up-to-date legends. Not by much, but, like, you know, it's a few hours. I'm going to do something real quick because this caused us some pretty major problems earlier. This is a general. He is a member of my faction who's not part of my fort. Because I have so many war animals that are assigned to squads, if a fight breaks out for any reason, they execute neutral dudes, and I don't want them to kill the general because that will cause a civil war. So I'm actually just going to own the general and the diplomat. I do this because if I could wish cast a feature into the game, it would be they just automatically join you or have the ability to join you alongside of something else. And then what I'm immediately going to do is I'm going to take you and send you to Malign Blades, maybe, because you are very upset, so I don't need to deal with somebody who's very upset. And then the other one, I think we'll keep the general, though, because I don't think you're super upset. Yeah, you're fine. We can hang on to you. You can't request tributes from them, but you can request workers from them. In regards to what you can do and cannot do. It's also useful because if you have upset dwarves, you can expel them to those locations. and then they don't technically die, and you can request them back in the future if you have more ability to take care of them properly. The other reason why it's useful to have helixes is apparently in the future we'll be able to use them to hire mercenaries, which is intriguing, but that's not in the game yet. That's just something that's been talked about and promised recently, which leads me to believe that it'll happen soon. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go into you and I'm going to reassign these three. There you go, Frosty, you found it. You can find out how your dwarf passed away quickly. The general can get you a pretty good insurance. Is this an advertising campaign that Shaq's been a part of? Okay. I mean, that checks out. I know very little about what Shaq's been up to. Yeah, sorry about that, Frosty. Good news is you died dramatically. You died running headfirst into a big monster, which is not a way anybody wants to go, obviously, but if you're gonna go, might as well go with a bang, you know? Now we're talking. Look at this. We got ourselves a legendary miner with a properly appointed pick. Glorious. I will have to take your word on that one, Darius. Shaq is your favorite commercial mascot. Sure. I cannot name weapons. Undeath lol. Weapons are not nameable like that. Unless you're playing adventure mode, and even then you still can't name them. I could name the dwarf wielding it. I could... Who made it? It's not artifact. It's not notable, so I don't know. I could give you this dwarf. That's all I could do. That's the closest thing I could do to that, because like there's no way to name a weapon. If it was Masterwork, it would tell me who made it, and then I'd be able to name that dwarf. But Undeath is Will Tool. Easily moved to mercy, often feels discouraged, does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, is conflicted by this because he values artwork and its creation. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to think before acting, occasionally overindulges, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, is fearful in the face of imminent danger, needs alcohol to get through the working day, does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized personally, sees the concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and does his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. Greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trial and labors, and values good crafts dwarfship. And he likes sandstone, bronze, and white opal, as well as fox squirrel leather, and alligator bone and naff fabric. You should look up the video of him in regards to Shaq driving a Lego car with Formula 1 drivers in it. And then standing next to them, because like those dudes aren't tall, the F1 drivers, and he's a little tall, so it's very funny, in my opinion. Gotta get ready for a coffee date. Have fun, Fishbone. Enjoy your Thursday. We'll be on Saturday. And then let's go into here. Oh, tall. You should not be a miner, period. Let's go you. And see how many of those picks are done. No more of them are done. Well, we'll get them reassigned slowly. Oh, I see why. That is a nice-ass spear, though. At the very least, I can get them to wield better picks, probably. It's likely that I just used up all the adamantine already. And anything that'll speed up this mining is not a bad thing, necessarily. Like, you running around with a bronze pick is a choice. Let's unforbid you. Go back to green glass. And now I gotta do the next very important thing, as opposed to all of the other very important things. I'm gonna go right here and cry about how ugly this region is and deconstruct this and make a stockpile. I'm thinking like over here and maybe here, which is going to be for all ammo that isn't made of metal. And I'm going to get rid of you. What's up, Bonoble? With all of the highs, I hope you're not out of breath. Don't forget to drink some water. If you're asking how to make one, Miri, you can stud a bed with bronze. Or you could just ignore him and he'll just get a little upset and his life will go on. We have a bunch of writing material that I could put in here. I wonder if you've copied any books. It's kind of hard to tell if you have. And the diplomat comes back. Vicious, make the diplomat join the fort. I also need to satisfy Zatan. Anyway, the thing that I was going to do right here is I'm going to make a workshop, and we're going to make a siege workshop. And I need to make a space for Zatan. So this right here is the space that I was going to give to the outpost liaison who's traveling. I guess you're in a squad. So in this case, I will give it to the general then. That or I expelled the outpost liaison, which is possible. You can go to the general. You can, whoops. Also go to the general. And if I look at you, now you just need quarters. The general needs quarters. That was eventually given to Paddington. I should smooth the walls of this. Do you ever, like, think, I'm going to do this thing now in your fort, and then don't do it, and then forget that you didn't do it, and then think that you did it for, like, the next several years in-game? Finishing that tomb is one of those things I started making. It was like, yeah, I did that, and then, like, never went back to it. Never even thought about it again. About the first 30%. Yeah, sounds about right. Your cats like to watch my streams. Are they trying to bat the dwarves? I mean, a catapult is essentially a giant, firing giant blocks of styrofoam, so it's not too surprising that they can take a bunch of hits from catapults. Somebody in chat's fighting with the underworld, and they're using catapults, and they just said that creatures from the underworld can take a lot of hits from a catapult. It's like, well, yeah. They're kind of supposed to be the final boss, so. Or one of the final bosses. Hospital, and then you remember. I feel like I usually build a hospital when there's a bunch of injuries suddenly, too. So yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. Well, as long as they're not damaging your screen, then everybody wins. You get entertainment, cats get entertainment. And this can be a bedroom. And it'll be given to the general. If I go up to here and type in war, head of somebody. It's a little bit concerning. Actually, you. I have a very good suspicion and have it on pretty good authority that that rock is stopping them from leaving the map because it's trying to lay an egg. So, I'm gonna bring that squad back. Did you guys know that rocks get mat leave? Turns out, it's true. Dwarven healthcare is pretty advanced. Okay. There's fun stuff back there. Water back there. There's water there. I also should be able to go through and deconstruct a bunch of this as time goes on, and thus move it. Down and into here. We've got a human caravan what has arrived. Let me just go back down here because I was going to designate something. Just auto-designate that, and that. And that. I've got a polar bear person that's throwing a tantrum. A bunch of people are fighting because of the tantrum. And a bunch of crimes have been committed. Well, that's unfortunate. You were sunken in your own fortress and you didn't realize? Well, hello, Too Real. Oh, that you were gifted a sub? My mayor's been reelected. Somehow survived all of the fights. You keep a running... Oh, to keep up with what you're doing? A running notepad? There's a few streamers that will, like, put an on-screen notepad up, which I think is kind of neat, but I don't know. Maybe this is just me being silly, but I like forgetting things and screwing up like that. You know, I'm just going to pause this for a bit, give them a break, and let them go do unrelated things that are more important. Let's just push you up to priority number 1. Okay, there you go. And dig through that. Which is going to release this, which is just going to flow out a little bit. Not too far, thankfully. Just a little bit. Once all those 2s are gone, it's safe. Can now fill you back in. And I'm going to type in some words. Wood, bolt. Or just bolt thrower parts, I guess. Let's make 12? Sure. During the month-long brawl. Yeah, I mean, he won the boxing match, so thus gets to survive. We haven't had too many brawls of that sort, but there have been a couple. Some ads are going to start in a minute. I will pause the game when the ads start. I do want to say a real quick thank you to those of you who have hats next to your name who won't see the ads because you're the ones who help keep the channel funded. And thank you very much to those of you who've tuned in today. It means a lot. Everybody is in their own bedroom, yes. Orango, Tanis. At least as of last time I checked, when we had 141 dwarves, every dwarf had a bedroom, and we've lost a few. I mean, maybe the massive brawl is why the mayor got reelected, because all of the competition mysteriously died during the massive brawl. Entirely plausible. If not likely, even. Chat, what's the first thing you make out of adamantine? I mean, you guys know my answer, which is pickaxes. Which I've talked about as of, more recently, is the first thing that I make out of adamantine. You never got adamantine, but you're working on it? You don't really know? With the slow speed of mining adamantine, I think, for me, it's just permanently adamantine mining tools. Get new material, upgrade the tools. That's gonna be, I think, there's an open space right there. There's also an open space right there, so I have to smooth both these and look behind it. My mode of operation for the next ever probably is just going to be get adamantine, upgrade the tools, because mining adamantine takes so long. Also, welcome back, Linku. Been having a headache of a time with the math. 250 adamantine to make all of your armor. Yeah, I cannot tell you the last time I made full adamantine armor for every squad. It's just not worth the time. Straight up, not worth the time. Because you can pretend your dwarves are Bilbo. Checked for heat. What devilry is this? Well, that's lucky. The dwarf happened to be standing in the right tile to not get killed by that. There we go. Actually, let's automate that. See what's up here. We unleashed an Echo of Forgotten Divine Retribution, which is a Warfighter Lasher, which has a shield, fancy cloth clothing, a bulky rusted metal whip, and a square rusted metal shield. Let's blast it. Pew, 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 pew. Done. Show-offs. I'm assuming there's nothing behind this. If there is, I will laugh. But I'll also leave the squads here, just in case there is something behind that. Down here, we are still mining through that adamantine. It's not rust, it's cobalt. Sure, definitely. Forgotten Beast with fire has come. It's a gigantic stinless toad. It has fan-like antenna, and it undulates rhythmically. What layer is it in? Okay, it's not in the layer where it can get to us. The ruthless ships. More like the ruthless lack of ships. Uh-oh. Well, that was close. It didn't even set any of the gems on fire. Well, that's lucky. That is very lucky, actually. But good news, we have all these lovely diamonds now. You're just playing through your first series for it right now. First time setting up steel production and military, and gonna be a while before you get to the fun stuff. Yeah, I mean, you'll find fun will find you, but when it comes to like the hard to find fun stuff, certainly. Certainly. Just gonna dig into that real quick. After we grab that, dig down into there. Let this water out. I may actually just get rid of this and tell them to go down to here so that they don't get pushed into that lava right there. Just like a little bit of a safety precaution here, because there is a pretty small but unsubstantial situation where they could get pushed by like too deep water into that and get turned into obsidian like that. Which you kind of would like to avoid if at all possible. There we go. Sweet. That's the last of this layer, so I can just select all of this as dig. Do I risk this? I'm just gonna send the military over to here. You know what I think is really funny? I got one of these like 10 minutes ago and responded to it. You may have seen me typing. I've just been trying to think about how I would respond to it. I've lost count of the number of comments I've gotten on my mermaids video that I uploaded recently. Of people who are just like, I gotta be honest, this is tame compared to RimWorld. 1, we all know. 2, it's not about RimWorld. It's a Dwarf Fortress video. Just because there's a game that's designed to, like, increase the edginess of, and, like, possibilities, if you will, of what another game did previously doesn't mean that everything automatically needs to be compared to it in every aspect. Like, that, the whole point of it is to be like, we're going to make a game that's more focused on, like, strategy that is designed to be shocking. Whereas Dwarf Fortress is accidentally shocking. I think some people are, like, missing the humor of it, where it's just like, Dwarf Fortress tries to be, like, you know, a fantasy game that has some darkness in it, but, like, isn't just shock value. Whereas, but when it becomes shocking, it's, like, accidentally shocking. And that's the fun of it, I think. I don't know how to, like, get that point across to people. You know, it's like when you actually think about the fucked up nature of, like, mob spawners in RimWorld, or not in RimWorld, in Minecraft, is much more comparable to, like, Dwarf Fortress being accidentally fucked up. Like, not RimWorld. Minecraft is supposed to be a kid's game. Like, that's a game that, like, kids are supposed to be able to play. But, like, at the same time, sure, yes, kids can play it, but it accidentally gets really fucked up when you look at, like, some of the micromanaging tactics in that game. DF is chaotic lawful? Or, like, neutral evil? Or neutral chaotic? Chaotic neutral, maybe? I don't know. How many more steps to hell? Exactly as many as there is. We don't know until we find it. Maybe 2, maybe 5. Maybe 20. Probably not 20, but less than 20, more than 2. That's what I've been doing, Fat Tubist. That, or sometimes I just YOLO it and just dig through it and see where we end up. Let's see what's beneath this. Nothing. This is almost shallow enough that I can just... because I don't want to get any of these diamonds caught. It's almost shallow enough that we can just release this lava. Almost is the key word there. There could be lava behind that, so just have to tell them to run. But it could also just be the lava beneath it that they're detecting. But at the same time, it's not entirely a problem, because if there's lava beneath it, it could help us get rid of this water down here. I don't know, maybe don't do that one. It's more of a ramp than a highway, but sure. Like normal world off-ramp. And some more migrants have arrived despite the danger. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see underneath that. And then you do that. There's a ghost. It was a Spearmaster nonetheless. Whoop. You should have read the signs. Stop following your Garmin. Yoda's not that good at giving you directions. Lukio Gaming, it's good to see you. Hello. Sometimes their mounts are hypes. You can mod the game if you want to do that, but I don't agree with that take in the slightest. Like, I don't want that as a mechanic in my game, but like, if you want to mod the game, if you have the brain capacity to mod it, then you've earned it. It's very easy to do. Just requires a few wiki pages. How goes the search for adamantine? I found adamantine. I mean, we're mountain home. It's just a matter of getting a little bit deeper so that we can find what's beneath it. I would imagine it's probably just that, you know that bridge that goes viral every 6 weeks because trucks hit it all the time that has a webcam pointed at it? That bridge? It's just that bridge. Probably, Jody. It's just that bridge. That's the entrance to hell in Dwarf Fort. Because, like, you know, it's dwarf size. But Eurist, hello. It's good to see you. I can't see this thing. Yeah, you're still building the highway to hell. I don't, that's the thing though, is like, I don't think people are saying like this should be an industrial slaughter machine 9000. I don't think so. I think it's, people get excited. Like if you actually go back and read the old forums, I don't think people are being like intentionally sadistic or malicious with Dwarf Fortress when they're playing it. I think what happens genuinely is people get very excited about a subject. And when people get very excited about a subject, they obsess over it and focus on it. And it really doesn't seem like they intentionally make shit that's fucked up for out of Dwarf Fortress. I honestly think that it's people are accidentally making shit that's fucked up. Like the fact that it's fucked up is like coincidence. More so than anything. They're just like, I figured out a neat mechanic. And then someone's like, yo, you are literally making it rain puppies in your tavern. so that your dwarves stop being stressed. That doesn't work very well now. There's enough mechanics around stress and stress works differently enough now that you'll probably just end up with panic attacks. But at one point, making Puppy go splat in the middle of the tavern was actually a very effective way of curing dwarves of stress. Yeah, it's like theory crafting gone too far, not clickbait. Is more the way I feel about it, but like to me, like shocking stuff in RimWorld is really boring because it's like in the tutorial. It's like, now eat him. It's like, well, okay, so I can edgelord this and just be like, I'm eating everybody. But that's not fun. What's fun is that when you realize that if you resurrect an intelligent creature multiple times and it doesn't kill anything and it dies, then you can butcher it. Like, realizing that you can butcher other dwarves or elves in the vanilla game, but you already have to be doing some other fucking wacky shit to make that work. That's fun. Like me getting attacked by my own pet a little bit ago. That's fun. Because it like helps you learn how the interactions of the game work. That's exciting. That's interesting. Because it's something that people have to like theory craft into working and think about and like overcomplicate. When you just have a kill thing button, it kind of takes the fun out of it. You know? It's like in Monster Hunter, you kill the monsters to make weapons so that you can make food out of them and so you can go kill more monsters. If there was like a chance that you could make the monster talk to you if you do something really fucking backwards and then it becomes a familiar, that's awesome. But if that's like just a mechanic, then who cares? I was trying to think of like the inverse of what you normally do in a game. Anyway, that's why to me it's just like, I think people are missing the point when they're just like, RimWorld's fucked up. It's like, yeah, duh. that is what the RimWorld does. It's like how having a shocking command... No, absolutely. I'm a huge fan of apples to apples. Apples to apples with a bunch of adults is fucking hysterical innuendo. Cards Against Humanity is just, I'ma say slightly racist thing. Now laugh. Which is like, okay, I guess. Like, if that's how few senses of humor you have left. Well, here's the thing, though. I actually think 40K is better about being fucked up than RimWorld. As an example, RimWorld does really fucked up things and plays it totally straight, but looks really silly, so people don't worry about it too much. 40K, I guess 40K also looks really silly. 40K also does extremely ridiculous things and makes it look really, really silly. And so unless you're real dumb, you understand that they're being funny. Like, 40K is hysterical. Which is also why it's a really good idiot detector when people are just, like, way too into 40K for the wrong reasons. I don't know. I like idiot detectors like that. Like, the people that think that the Marines and Starship Troopers are the good guys. Stuff like that. It's like, oh, wait a second. You missed the whole point of this entire exercise, didn't you? But I digress. Let's get some glass down here. Anyway, I'm glad people are enjoying the mermaid video and the sea serpent video. I'll do more of those while I slowly pluck away on my next big movie thing behind the scenes, because they take an afternoon to record, and then I can just send them to my editor and let him do it. Mebzith, the metalsmith, has been possessed. So I can work on my other things and actually have things go out on the channel at a relatively decent clip instead of uploading twice a month. This, I'm also pretty sure, is unintended. Which is a goblin, Devil Mux, in the midsummer of 253, decided to become a baby snatcher, operating in the wilds. Now, I am worried about one thing. I think this dragon might kill my baby. Okay, hold on. I'm just going to do a real quick save. Because I don't want it to kill my baby dragons. They're too valuable. I've thought about doing a read-through of head shoots, actually, Gavros, but the same problem that I ran into when I tried to look into doing a read-through of, now I'm blanking the name of it. A lot of the, I'm forgetting the name of the particular one that I was reading. A lot of those read-throughs is, yo, they would be like 16 hours. Like, head shoots would be like a 8-hour video. Or 8 hours worth of video if I were to do the whole thing. So I would have to like condense it or do it in multi-parts, and I need the format to be more popular for that to be worth it. How do I have baby dragons? I caught a breeding pair of dragons. I'm not sure if cave dragons are immune to dragon fire, but we'll find out. What are you doing? And also a giant rise, in case that wasn't enough. Bro, what? I'm so confused. Where is the... Okay, where's the giant? There's so much happening. You have no artifacts or items. I don't know where you're going either. I don't know why. Oh, they're destroying my trading depot. I'm very worried they're gonna kill my baby dragons. Holy shit. So they did kill one of them. They killed Radish, chat. So the question is, do I reload? I don't think it's worth letting Radish die. You're the second person today to tell me something along those lines, Mary. It wouldn't be friendly. One, I have no necromancers in this fort. Two, it wouldn't work the way you think it would. It wouldn't be friendly to us. And three, no. It then completely defeats the point because then I can't breed it anyway. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can just get a squad member in there first. It's not scum if there's no score attack. I just need to kill the dragons. The babies can kill the goblins. It's only save scumming if it's a score attack game. Otherwise, it's just reloading. Although we might get something other than a giant, which will be interesting. And a dwarf immediately goes and begins making an artifact. Except actually, let's send them up to here. A giant named Smug has come. Okay, so we killed traders, and then they go through and kill the dragons. And then I'm going to back the dwarves up to here. I hope you back up, Nappy Poo. You may turn into charcoal. Collateral damage. It's not my fault, Chad. It's not my fault. Acceptable losses, though. So now the question is, where's the rest of the goblins? Nope, here they come. One of my mark dwarves begins firing bolts. Managed to get 1, 2, 3. Start dodging backwards. I could send the dwarves through, but then the babies come running through. Uh-oh, this is gonna get violent in a second. The baby dragons, Mice Nerd is fighting. I'm just gonna give you a full heal. This is cheating, but like, okay. Radish is bleeding, full heal. We got D's. Baby dragon's fighting through. You're nauseous and dying. Mice Nerd is in pain. Man, these baby dragons not all that tough, you know. Gonna need to figure out some way of making them more efficient. Because they're still quite fragile. But, like, at the same time, like, this goblin just got thrown by a dragon by the nose with its rear leg. I think in the case of Starship, it can get more confusing because them on the other side made them the conscience sentient bugs, even though the side that you're on is supposed to be critical of, has the hallmarks of fresh militaristic jingoism. No, absolutely. Like, I'm not saying that Starship Troopers is entirely transparent if you're media illiterate. I'm just saying I think that's a really good example of something to point at when people are a fan of the wrong thing. That's all. I don't know. It's got absolutely nothing to do with allies. Like, Mega Beasts, immediately they breathe fire. Goblins, they don't tend to. I don't know why. Were creatures? Instant blast. Goblins? I don't know why. It's interesting. We got silver. Let's follow this strange mood. We're about to get hit by an ad. We'll pause the game when the ad starts. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of don't agree with that. Because if you don't see the satire in everything in 40K, even in, like, you know, the power fantasy aspect, you're dense. Like, that shit's fucking dumb. Even in the power fantasy, like, coolness factor and neat aesthetics side of it. Like, if you're even remotely sentient, you should be able to see the satire in Warhammer. Like, just because that's not the focus of the writing doesn't mean it's not there. How do the Twitch gods tell me if an ad comes? I get a big 5-minute countdown warning, then a 30-second countdown warning at the top of the screen, and then the ad countdown and progress at the top of the chat. I also have a ad like dashboard manager, which has popped out, which shows me when the last ad was and when the next ad is coming and how frequently ads need to run in order for me to not have pre-roll ads when new people join the stream. Whereas on YouTube, I can do one of two things. I can schedule ads and it doesn't tell me when ads are going to run, or I can run ads when people tune into the stream and periodically based on how frequently you close them, which, and it doesn't tell me either way. So it's like not super useful. There is a widget that YouTube has, but then I have to have the whole fucking dashboard up, which is a full screen thing that looks like a Fisher-Price toy and is virtually useless as a web interface. And I'm not going to dedicate a whole monitor to that. Sorry. So I just have YouTube chat popped out. As far as I'm concerned, just ad block on YouTube if it's a problem. On Twitch, you can't add blocks as easily. So I physically pause the game when the ads are running because it's just, it's the only way I really know how to do it. Over here, I'm just gonna dig through all that, dig through 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 that. Actually, you know what? Let's just deconstruct all this. And then fill this up here in with unrelated blocks. No, I know. Like, we agree. You're just, like, restating what we agree on at this point. Sincero, sapient. But, like, I'd be lying if I didn't sometimes find it a little bit funny. I'm also, like, it's not intelligence or lack of intelligence. Media literacy, somebody not being media literate doesn't make somebody unintelligent. To me, all it really means is the education system has failed them. Like, you can have extremely intelligent people that aren't media literate, and that is, in my opinion, a failing of the education system more so than somebody being dumb. Because we're all dumb. We all have things to learn, right? Let's see how that last pillage attempt went. Here he was talking about dumb people. You're also on the internet, so I mispronounce words all the time. I look stupid to some people too, don't worry. But the good news about the 3-pack of ads, as annoying as they can be, you can pop out the stream and unmute it and mute the ads if you are on Firefox. And if you are on other platforms, or other web browsers, you could, in theory, tab over to the YouTube stream during that and then mute me there, mute me on Twitch. Or lastly, you could subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL and help this stream continue without, sponsored ad segments for games I don't want to play. Without those. That's all. Ask your mom before you use her credit card. serious lack of intellectual goodwill on the part of the spectator, and they simply refuse to see the criticism on the media piece. That, or they see somebody pointing at a thing and being like, this is satirical fascism and not a good thing, but funny, as an attack. Like, everything is an attack. Nothing can just be critique. And you can critique things that you like. Searched the place, found nothing, killed one goblin, which means I could probably take over that location. Probably. Any locations with more than 100 gobs? Or is it just 100 gobs? Seems to just be 100. Hundo gobs every time. All right, well, let's try to raise you. Are you asking what game this is, Korg? This is Dwarf Fortress. Anyways, chat, we need another subject that's easier to talk about and not as frustrating, but... I realize I started it. I brought it up. This is my doing, but like I said earlier, I'm just glad people are liking the mermaids video regardless. Even if some people are completely missing the point. And that's fine, as long as they're enjoying it. And for anybody who's confused, I'm making videos talking about bits of Dwarf Fortress history by revisiting old threads on the May 12 forums. And a comment that I've been getting more and more is, this isn't really that fucked up compared to RimWorld, as if like the whole goal is to try to be as fucked up as possible. The point is, Dwarf Fortress is accidentally fucked up. And that's funny because it's by accident. And as opposed to RimWorld, which is intentionally fucked up and just lets you push the dial up to 11 as part of the gameplay. That's the whole point. So chat, can I get a round of beers? Let's reset this conversation. Talk about something else. What are you guys up to this weekend? I get to go see a band I really like called Holy Fuck this evening. To give you an idea on how long I've been listening to them, I stole their music on LimeWire in 2007. The Forgotten Beast, Moslol has come. An enormous Dimetrodon with external ribs. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it squirms and fidgets. Its lavender scales are large and set far apart. Beware its deadly spittle. Oh, hey, this one can actually fight me. Meslol. I think I saw this one on the other timeline, actually. It's also in that one area that I can't get to, which is a little bit annoying, that I kind of forgot to build. Tisk. Which I'm going to need to do that. Except maybe not out of green glass. Let's use, like, diorite or something. Some other material. Gabbro will do. But yeah, chat. What are you folks into this weekend? Getting out there? I know college is ending soon for some people. Right, you can fly. That's fun. How does taking over a location work? You send squads to attack it until there's nothing left to attack when they attack it. And if you can't raise it, it's full of civilians, and then you send a dwarf or two to go demand surrender and occupy, or simply conquer and occupy. And then you have a location that you control, and it's part of your faction. That's all there really is to it. Maybe that wasn't the best choice, because now it's turning around. You just described like 80% of the things in Dwarf Fortress. As soon as you stop being a disorganized noob, they stop being a problem. There's a comment that I got on YouTube a little while ago on my video where I read Boat Murdered. Who are you? Some blacksmith. Which is, Boat Murdered was this fantasy epic when I first read it, and now that I'm reading it, or now that I'm hearing you read it, it seems like it's actually just a tutorial on how not to play Dwarf Fortress. And I do think that is very much the case. There is a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress that are insurmountable if you're new, but trivial once you know how to play the game. And I think that this is very incidental of just how the game works. I think you could describe literally every mechanic in the game with the exception of maybe sieges, but even sieges you could describe like this. As once you're competent at the game, they're not difficult. My response to you is, if you want them to be meaner, mod them to be meaner. It's not difficult to do that. If you want bigger threats, change your difficulty settings so you get bigger threats. I think that Dwarf Fortress is a role-playing game in the literal sense. And there are mechanics in the game that are difficult. There are mechanics in the game that are unfair. I don't think Forgotten Beasts need to be reworked in the way that you're suggesting. Do I wish they were more varied and interesting? Certainly. I don't think they need to be drastically changed. At least not in the minute. Because the thing about Dwarf Fortress is everything in Dwarf Fortress is trivial once you get past the point of being a disorganized noob, as you said. You're gonna go see Project Hail Mary? Oh yeah, it's Mother's Day this weekend, isn't it? It's Mother's Day this weekend. Or is today Mother's Day? I know my mom's not watching the stream right now, but I think Saturday? It's either Saturday or Sunday, one of those two. I ordered flowers for my mom a couple months ago, so presumably those will arrive. But there's lots of things in Dwarf Fortress that absolutely could be improved or reworked or added to or tweaked, and lots of those things are on the chopping block. I mean, like, World Gen is on the chopping block. I don't think things need to necessarily be harder in Dwarf Fortress. I think often when Dwarf Fortress directly makes things harder, it makes the game worse. Or tedious. But because of how this game is built, as a role-playing sandbox, I don't think it needs to just be hard. If you want hard, a game exists for that. If Forgotten Beasts are trivial, be worse, is usually my advice for things. It's like, if you are bored with a thing in Dwarf Fortress, let it be interesting. Because losing is fun, and to me, that doesn't mean, like, a thing you're not expecting to happen happens and you lose. Because that's often frustrating and not fun. To me, what losing is fun means is, I've played this fortress in such a way where I know this will kill it. And that's entertaining, because now I have a new goal to kill the thing that killed it, or reclaim it and kill the thing that killed it, adventure there in adventure mode and kill the thing that killed it, start a new fort in the same world, and then the 20 dwarves that were still alive in the fort after the thing fell over then can migrate to my new fortress, and I have scarred dwarves with history from the past horrible events of Mind Cavity, or whatever. Possibly. I mean, you could make them more reliably destroy doors. There's like a 1 in 20 chance or something that they're a level 3 building destroyer. Could they do that? Sure. Do I need them to do that? No, not really. Could you mod them to do that? With literally Raw's edit. So, like, I guess my point is, if you're bothered with the way a thing works right now, fix it. It's probably easy. If it's not, somebody else probably has done it. If it's not easy. Otherwise, Dwarf Fortress is a game that is built for people who tell stories. And if you can't manipulate the game into telling the story, then it loses some of that. And I think that is, at least for me, some of the magic of this game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to chop down a handful of trees. But nothing that you're saying in chat is a rework of Forgotten Beasts. At least nothing that you said in your last thing. Because the last thing that you said is, it would be a tad bit spicier if Forgotten Beasts could break or breach certain types of common material walls or fortifications or drawbridges. They don't do that. For the same reason, no creatures outside of siegers with pickaxes do that. You want to know why that is? Like walls specifically. Have you ever noticed how much the game slows down when there's a bunch of siegers on the map? There was a thing in the Future of the Fortress around the time the Siege update released, where somebody was like, are giant moles going to dig into my fortress? And Tarn's direct response was, no, because you're, like, the game's engine can't handle that. Like, that is too demanding of a pathing requirement for the way the game currently runs. What the game needs, and, like, if you want to directly be, like, blind, what needs a rework in Dwarf Fortress? The world needs a rework. The world needs to be rewritten largely because that is some of the oldest code in the game that hasn't really been touched since the last time they added Z levels, which was what, 2014? I mean, there was some world gen changes with version 50 involving trees, which is what broke save compatibility. But the world gen is largely what it was with new shit bolted on since then. So because of that, as far as I'm concerned, what Dwarf Fortress needs is ways for it to generate differently. Because right now, it's kind of stuck in tech debt in a lot of ways. Sure, I was just using that as an example. And Forgotten Beasts are pretty common. I'm getting like 3 a year. And if they could dig through common materials, then one could appear on the bottom cavern layer that you don't see yet that could be on your map for years, right? One could appear on the bottom cavern layer and then just dig into your fortress. So we need a rewrite of how the world works if you want the thing that you're asking for to happen. And it be fun and fair. It's the same reason we don't have cave-ins right now. We don't have cave-ins right now because if they turned on cave-ins, every single fortress and 90% of every single world would just immediately collapse. If they turned on cave-ins the way they used to work. But even though they're still in the code, every single cavern layer would collapse. Because the world needs to be rewritten. So I agree that things need rewrites. I don't specifically agree that it's Forgotten Beasts. Because I think what I feel needs to be rewritten and what needs adjustments made is the world generation. Oh, it's one of your favorite books that you've read recently? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen the movie. I oddly enough, since moving to the island, I haven't gone to see a single movie because the movie theater here kind of sucks. No offense to that movie theater, but it's not great. It's just tiny. Tiny and not the most inspiring to see a blockbuster in. Uh-oh. Got some melted diamonds. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Can't win them all. Like, I think to me, Dwarf Fortress is a very challenging game while you're learning it. Once you've learned it, it ceases to be a challenging game for most people who play it and becomes a different kind of game. And I think that some people learn the game and go, cool, I don't like what this game is now. And that's fine. If you don't like what the game is, you can mod it pretty easily to make it more of what you're looking for. And I think that there are elements that the game has added over the years that have made it more of that thing, as in more of a difficult, challenging experience instead of a storytelling or role-playing, whatever term you prefer, experience. I think that both of those play styles are valid. I think that the game is just built to be more of a storytelling experience than a difficulty experience. And I think it plays better as that. But that's just, my opinion. I'm just trying to get rid of enough of this water that we can get into here. And howdy, Zerial. How's things? Do you mean blue ball? Because I don't know what blue bell means in that sentence. Speaking of ideas, it's a bit frustrating how not learning code earlier in your life can absolutely blue ball you creatively down the line when you start thinking of ideas for games? Blue bell? Blue ball? What? I, one, have no idea what you mean by that. What do you mean your creativity ends when you become an adult? What do you mean that having to learn a skill lowers your ability to be creative? Huh? I'm sure, yeah, I presume that's autocorrect, but like, I couldn't disagree with that take more. What? That is such an odd thing to say. Yeah, I mean, so basically what you're saying is you have no patience. Because you said, like, if you already knew code, then you would know how to implement the things that you want to implement into your game. Cool. Sure. Fair. So now you need to learn to code so that you can implement things into your game. So what you're saying is you have no patience. Or like severe ADHD. I mean, when I'm talking about like modding in Dwarf Fortress, I mean like adding like 2 lines of behavior to a thing. Like changing something from like if you want ocean maps to be hard, set whales to be amphibious, which means they can come up on land. Good luck. You'll get fucked up. A forgotten beast, Unoli. Lobovania has come, an enormous ceratops with lidless eyes. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it undulates rhythmically. Its red-purple scales are small and set far apart. Beware its webs. Nah, it can't get to me. It's fine. It's hard to pick up. It's hard to pick up totally 2 things, and ADHD doesn't help. Yeah, certainly. I don't know. Like I think that there's a couple fallacies in that statement. It's less time to do and learn things because responsibilities. I don't know how to have anything to say on this subject other than I don't agree, man. Like, you're not wrong. I mean, maybe being an adult makes you risk averse. Okay, cool. But that wouldn't change if you already knew how to code. If anything, like, now game development tools are so much more democratized and there's so many more free ones available where you don't even need to know how to code, that I would say there's less time investment required because you can learn the free tools and not have to even worry about. Yeah, I don't agree. I think that like some people have forgotten how to be creative because of them. Ilmiri, I think there is nothing but downsides. Is it like good copy paste? If you already know how to code, certainly. You can take the code vomit that it gives you and make slightly more legible code vomit out of it. I think it's also ruined people's idea to be creative, which is how we have takes like what we're reading right now. I think it's like, it's hurt people's ability and willingness to learn. I think it's made people lean on things so much so that they're forgetting how to learn and think that everything needs to be productivity. I could not disagree with that statement more. Where should someone start to learn code? Fuck if I know, I'm not a coder. I also have no interest in learning code, so. A caravan from Alath Agish has arrived. I'm gonna sell some of these bone bolts, because I've got so many of them. Been quietly making them for years. But like I would describe this as like it's difficult to learn digital art as an adult. Okay, I'm teaching myself GIMP. Why? Because the tools that I've used over the years that are much easier to use have all become infested AI products that are unrecognizable from their original selves. Is it easy? No, I mean, it's actually quite difficult. Like, I'm having to frequently look up tutorials. But I'm getting better, and I make all of my thumbnails in GIMP now. But, like, would it have been easier to take a class in Photoshop when I was a child? Certainly. But I don't really understand what we're talking about here anymore. I think that every single time LLMs come up, we need to bill OpenAI, Google, Facebook, Meta, if you want to call them that, and Elon Musk's personal sex horse bank account $1,000 to be given to public funds, and then they might actually be doing something of value. Until then, they're just very good copy-paste. That's automated. And I don't even think it's particularly relevant to this conversation. I think, like, free education is more the topic of the discussion here. And it sucks that, like, the default is to just talk about AI. What Alexi Thimi said. Also, thanks for this streak of 70. I look at YouTube chat and I just see, I'm not sure what we, oops, me when I type in chat instead of Discord. All good, mate. It's all good. There was one time, one of my mods works in a grocery store. And there was one time a bunch of numbers started appearing in my chat. And I was like, oh, I hope those aren't important. And he goes, oh shit, smear of dwarven milk. Huh? Where'd you get that from? Anyway, and then one of my mods pops it, and then he's just like, oh, sorry, that's fine. Those are just barcodes. Like, I'm doing data entry. Just punching in barcodes. Just writing them into the wrong, like, window on his computer. It's supposed to be putting them into some sort of data entry and instead just pumping them into Twitch chat. They're all just like 12-digit numbers, basically. Numpad go burr. Why did you get 50 animal caretakers in your migrant wave? It sounds like your local faction has a very, like the faction that you're a part of has a very large, like, livestock trade program. Because you get dwarves migrating to your fortress based on the dwarves that are part of your faction in the region. We're also in an ad break now, so I will do this. Remember, this entire conversation started I thought you were talking about my king. YouTube chat. This whole conversation started because of the statement of, it sucks that if you don't learn how to code as a kid, then you're limited by what you can implement into games as an adult when you get game design ideas. Which I don't know. I do fundamentally disagree with that. I think, like, there are so many examples of YouTubers who are, like, in their 30s who make games who more or less use default assets with minimal tweaks or asset packs and code libraries as means of, like, explaining what they're doing to make a game. And I think that you can horizontally learn your way into game dev that way if you actually are interested in getting into game dev. A good example of this is a game developer I know named Ulfsire. He made a game called Path of Acra and is making a game called Lands of Acra. Didn't know how to code when he started and made his game in Godot using YouTube tutorials. All of his game design experience before that was Warcraft 3 map editor, and made a pretty fucking cool game that has letterboxing. So, like, there's, like, black squares on either side of it. And at one point, somebody asked why he decided to go with that stylistic approach, and his response was, "Because I couldn't figure out how to make it full screen. And by the time I figured it out, it was too late, and I'd already committed. I would have to redo all of the art." So, like, Schedule 1 comes to mind. Certainly. Mega Bonk comes to mind. Vampire Survivors comes to mind. Also, fucking, what's the name of that game? Unturned? The DayZ game that looks like Minecraft that's free to play, or kind of looks like Roblox, actually. It's free to play. It was made by, like, a 16-year-old. As Abrax says, at a certain point, you just need to start. Then you can actually do stuff, yeah. Like, if you have an interest in a thing, just go do it. Like, you could technically make a video game without doing any programming whatsoever. There's plenty of tools and engines and such that are entirely graphical. Are you more limited on what you can implement? Certainly. But if you're an adult with a job, you could commission somebody and it probably wouldn't be that difficult. It was made by a child, yeah. I mean, he's not a child anymore, but, like, Unturned was, like, famously released by a child. Like, 15-year-old, 16-year-old. And it's free to play, and I think there's a supporter pack for $5, and all of the money that game makes is through Steam items being traded. Like, it's kind of genius, actually. I think it's Unturned. Hold on, let me just look this up. It's been around for forever. Like, it's... Obviously, the person who made it isn't a child anymore, but... Yeah, it's Unturned. Apparently, California 2 update is out. Still updates, too. Yeah, it's got 200,000 reviews. I mean, you know, it came out in 2017. So kid's probably mid-20s now. Yeah, it's got 90% positive reviews. Like, that's fucking great. Yeah, it's got a $6 permanent gold upgrade, whatever that means. And then just like items that you can trade. Yeah, I mean, this game's been around for so long. Like, if you've watched video game YouTube, you've probably seen this thing. It also looks a lot better than it did when it first came out. Holy shit. It's got, like, lighting and shit now. Reflections. Yeah, I mean, it's free, so, like, a lot of people have played this game. Yeah, literally hasn't done anything else. Just the one game. It was early access in 2014. Yeah. So kid's probably like in his mid-late 20s now. Probably also has a team, if I were to bet. At least a couple of them. Same case for you as Zomboid. Totally, but like, you know, it's a free game. I guess what I'm saying is, if you want to make a thing, just go make a thing. And learn as you go. That's my advice. I don't really have too much else to say on the subject. But if you do things as a beginner, the results are likely to be highly imperfect, and someone else in the world are probably already made something better. Certainly, but like, should that stop you? I can't tell if that's sarcasm or not. Like, if the goal is to make $1 million and be the most popular, highest selling, most successful in the world, you shouldn't be making video games. That's my hot take. Just from the get-go here. This dwarf needs to be taken off of all jobs because you are very injured. So, like, it's just like if I wanted to be rich, I'd be trying to figure out how to start a Ponzi scheme, and rip people off or go into business. I wouldn't be streaming video games on the internet. Or I'd be trying to figure out how to market the nearest casino to me. Because, like, that's how you get rich in this industry. I'm not doing any of that because I have fucking morals and a brain. But at the same time, like, if you want to make an instant classic, nobody's first game, or very rarely is somebody's first game, an instant classic. I don't think I'm talking to a youths, though. Bah. That's called the collapse of capitalism. It's happened in it's called the collapse of a financial system. It's happened historically, and it'll happen again until we figure out how to stop it. But, you know, as far as, like, scamming people is the only way to make a living. I've chosen to be an internet panhandler, so as long as internet goers have disposable income, then I do okay. When internet goers don't have disposable income, then I do less okay. And that is what I do. And hopefully there's enough internet goers watching my stuff that I'm okay most of the time. Please subscribe to twitch.tv/BLINDIRL0. Or subscribe to me on my blog, blindIRL.com. See? Internet panhandler. It's more of an internet busker than panhandler. I think internet panhandlers are in just chatting. Like, at least I'm playing the video game, you know? Nah, I mean, there's cool people in just chatting, too. Sold a lot of items I don't want. Trying to wealth up my faction. Keep things rolling. The reason I say panhandler is I think it's funny. It's like kind of self-deprecating, but genuinely it's like an out of humor type thing. I'm also going to do something that I know some people squint at and go, what? Why would you do that? Oh, hello. Sodell. I'm seeing beak dogs. need to make more tombs. What's the word? I had a subject I was talking about, and I've lost it. Yeah, I say panhandler because I think it's really funny. Like, it's just kind of a amusing way for me to describe myself. It's just kind of my sense of humor thing, I guess. I mean, I won't tell you what Twitch is then, bah. I mean, currently, I would also say that my internet panhandler isn't super successful because it's been 2 hours since the internet panhandling successfully acquired money. So, maybe we'll get there. Speaking of that, it just was broken. The panhandling was a success. Buzz Salsas, thank you very much for the Prime sub for an 8th month. Welcome back. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded 1 month at a time. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I mean, maybe I would be. I would just be broke-er. I don't even know her. Anyways, I guess what I'm trying to say is go be creative, go make art. That's all. Please. Don't let silly CEOs convince you it's not worth it to make art because someone will do it better or make more money doing it. I streamed for years before this was my job. It eventually became my job, but that wasn't the reason I started, and that's not what kept me doing it. It's not what kept me here. So, go make cool shit. Please. That's it. I do realize I'm kind of calling streaming art, and it's a performance art. Maybe it's not as hoity-toity and high-minded as, like, oil paintings, but, like, you know, it's the one I got. It's what I have. Okay, so right there is a scary, so I think I can mine out all that. You're an author, you can say that. Hey, Lanix sells things. And Diamond. Can you believe that Vote Gremlin was largely a chat meme from 2022? It's been so long. It's one of those arts that people with no XP think that they can automatically be successful at. Sure, but like maybe in the same way that you could successfully make a point. Well, actually, I guess it all just goes back to the definition of what success is, right? Site's still up. Thanks for keeping it up, man. I need to actually like read the thing that Mary said that you responded to. I think you're kind of both right, Bonesaw, and also Mary, at least from the reading of the subject that I've done. I think you're both kind of right. It's like, yes, the knowledge base and number of people that are proficient in it is shrinking fast. However, I think there is a lot of, when it comes to dying programming language. However, I do think that there is a kind of organized effort, not even in like the conspiracy theory way, but just like within programming of, yo, you need to learn this so that we don't run out of people. Because you could. You can absolutely have generational knowledge lost with time. I don't think it's as big of a deal as some people say, though. That's all. I've seen how some bad streamers, it's definitely an art. There's also a lot of luck to it, right? Like, there's definitely people out there. Well, I mean, not to like gatekeep people's art. Like, being like ridiculously unpleasant and shitty, it could be considered art, right? Like, if we're being like general in this sense. I think it's also an industry that, and form of entertainment, I guess, that benefits people who are shitty. And that sucks. That's all I really have. That doesn't make it not art. It's just, you know. I wish that wasn't the case. Like, it's actually interesting, like, how outside people perceive what I do has changed over the decades. When I started doing this, like, taking it seriously, like 12 years ago, God, people had no fucking idea what I did and thought I was just unemployed once I started doing this full time. They were like, wait, what do you do? I'm like, I stream video games on the internet. They were like, that's not a real job. What do you do? Like, nobody believed me. Even like my parents, like, took a while for them to believe me. And now it's like, you're not a Joe Rogan, are you? Like, the way people perceive this industry has changed so fucking, like, categorically. It's kind of nuts. I wish I had 1% of his money, but I'm certainly not a Joe Rogan. Like, they immediately just, like, when you say the word influencer or content creator, a lot of people just default to Tim Pool. And it's like, ah! I hope my neighbors aren't home, because they would have heard that. Taku Taco, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. That's very kind of you. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks for helping keep the channel funded. And then I'm like, I insist I make silly fantasy YouTube videos about a video game. And I tell stories. And I stream video games while complaining. Simultaneously with a chat room of people. And some of them pay me to do it. I'm not an Andrew Tate, I swear. Like, I can be a dick, but I'm not that kind of dick. God, was it? I have this image in my head. I want to say it was from Pan. The Robin Williams Peter Pan movie. Where he says that he's a lawyer, and then they all start beating the shit out of him. Or, like, Tinkerbell starts beating the shit out of him. And then he says, not that kind of lawyer, and then they beat the shit out of him more. Sometimes I feel like that. Was it Hook? Yeah, okay, you're right. It's Hook. You're Hook. It's Hook. That's the name of that movie. I always forget the name of that movie. I've only seen it once, and it was like a fucking fever dream. Where are you? You're probably in prison, right? Yeah. Why are you in here? Like, this ain't a meeting room at all. I'm going to expel you, though. Where their eating paint has been smeared into your brain since childhood. There's a lot of things of that movie that have been smeared into my brain since childhood on that one singular viewing of it. So there's something back there. I think. Forgotten beast named Lorine Nelliquaria has come. A scaly ribbon worm. These are weak. It has deadly dust. It has thin wings of stretched skin and a bloated body. Its fur and scales are oval-shaped and close-set. They're really weak because every single segment of their body is a brain, so you only need to hit them once directly for them to die. It was a pretty weird film. It was also a bomb, wasn't it? Like, Hook bombed pretty bad. Chat, I just have to read these words out, and I want you to say yay or nay if you think this is as funny as I do. As in, funny enough for me to cackle for a second. I'm Armok pilled in the dwarfosphere. Are you Armok pilled in the dwarfosphere? Tombs urns, yeah. And I'm not an Andrew Tate. I'm a tater. You know that I could work with. Does that mean that if you fully commit, you stop being a tater and become a fry because you're fried? He's cooked, guys. It is possible for a dwarf to literally be named Sigma, or like that is a name in the dwarf world. Something back there. Something there. I'm just gonna hope there's nothing back there. Let's get the Marks Dwarfs down here. I mean, you can just farm in Dwarf Fortress. We could just call it farming. Hypes. Anyway, something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. This is a haunt of snow, which is a very large sauropod composed of snow. It has a spiral shell and a gaunt appearance. And dwarves are already shooting bolts at it, and it's dead. That was easy. Sure, any of my dwarves could have killed that one. There might be something back there, and if there is, then fun. If there isn't, then oh no. And there's a treasure that we've uncovered that must be treasure of the gods. It's a ruddy metal mace. Cool. More god metals. We also found a cool item, but also a puddle of lava, so that's scary. Hey, dwarf. Run away. Okay, it's fine. What is this? A twisting metal mace. Well, that is about, so that is the equivalent stats of adamantine, but with the added bonus accuracy that artifacts get. So that's essentially an adamantine mace. That is pretty rad, though. Definitely a decorative piece. You're gonna have to put that on a pedestal somewhere. Like in one of the guilds or something. Yes, the game is vanilla, more or less. Gizly Hypno. Man, I've been dwarf maxing my stream since before that term existed. Carbohydrates. Had a flying worm find a hole in the cavern ceilings, and it took care to carefully patch all of the unintended positions after that. Yeah, no, they'll do that. I'll just watch Little Shop of Horrors a couple of Reborn Blue Haze recommends Little Shop of Horrors. I can second that. Aren't bludgeoning weapons dog shit due to density? Correct, Alexis. Bludgeoning weapons made of adamantine or god metals are bad due to density. And heaviness. Should I just give in and reclaim a fortress if I have 2 dwarves and 13 other residents? You could, absolutely. Although if there's an undead siege, if you abandon the fortress to ruin, you can reclaim it. If the undead siege it and leave, then you can reclaim it. But if they don't leave, then and occupy it, then you can't reclaim it. So you could probably reclaim it. Otherwise, I will say something that's really fun. Lose a fort to goblins. Step 1. Step 2. Play another fort. Kill the goblins in your fort until attacking them, there's population, but no goblins left. Capture the fortress with dwarves. That's 3. Then retire the fortress that you're playing and reclaim your old fort. And you will have a population of whatever the number was, all goblins, plus you're starting 7 dwarves. Pro tip. The Cyclops, Ator, Kangis, and they will be on your side and you can play as them. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. Dragon, toy, I guess. But that only works with, like, humans, goblins, or elves. That doesn't work with the undead. Because the undead will still be hostile to you. So... who's ready to see a Etten get blitz? Uh-oh. Run away! Toasted. Run away, Toasted! I said run away, Toasted! No! Because I've done it accidentally. How do you discover it? Do you remember I don't know if you've seen it. You may have. The vampire video where I built a fortress of vampires, and then I started the fortress with a separate fortress, and then built a second fortress after it. That first fortress got taken over by goblins, and I was able to kill the 1,000 goblins that were there, and there was a population of 200 left, and I reclaimed it once as a test run just to see what happened, and there was 200 goblins in there that were all citizens. Toasted lived up to Toasted's name, chat. I would like Fs and lava in the chat, please. You died too young, but you burned hot as a flame. Literally. Rest in peanuts, Dwarf. Where am I? There I am. Turns out having dragons is dangerous pastimes. He's cooked, chat. He's cooked. Just assigning spears.
6 Mo, beers for everyone.
To this squad. One of the best changes they've made to this UI is that it says who it's assigned to, if it's assigned to somebody. So good. Actually, why don't I do this? Let's do metal armor. Details. spears. Add a spear. And then grab you and say spears, material, adamantine. Confirm and save. Get rid of that. Do that. Also, Darigorn, thank you very much for the 6 months with Prime. Appreciate you. A moment of toasting for the toasted is what we witnessed, and then now we can do a moment of silence for our toasted. I don't actually think his name was Toasted. But he was certainly toasted. I feel like I could not have planned a better death for a dwarf named Toasted. Or a dwarf named Toasted. Also, I'm seeing baby rocks fluttering around. God dang it, this is so frustrating. My dragons haven't managed to make a fertile egg in a long time. It's starting to hurt me a little bit. Like, why don't I... Like, maybe it's a problem with the babies being too close? Which is the other one that's up here? It's D's. Is there a hard limit to the number of dragons? No. No, there is not. I mean, there's a hard limit to the number of animals, but I'm not even close to it. Not even close. What's the animal limit? Whatever you set it to. I think the default is 2,000. Just looking to see. Yeah, we should be fine. Let's do something obvious out of adamantine. Let's just do 10 adamantine helms. Actually, I need 4 more adamantine spears. Adamantine spear. We'll do helms next. Too much babies in the room, difficult to be in the mood in this condition. That shouldn't affect anything, but I don't know. I'm being sus, so I'm trying. So every tame rock should either be assigned to this or a cage. And I shouldn't train female war rocks. But we've moved the babies into that room. So here's hoping it helps. My general's returned? What? Send you guys back to training. As they continue to dig through this, and then strand. Got 8 adamantine strands, 3 of which are dyed. Are war animals less likely to reproduce? Neither of the dragons are trained as war animals. They're both trained as hunting animals, and no, it's not going to change the likelihood whatsoever. We're basically like failing a dice roll. So creatures breed, or wildlife breed based on their libido, how lustful they are, and whether or not they're interested in romance and whether or not they're gay. Neither of those dragons are gay. The male kind of isn't that lustful, but is lustful enough that we'll make a baby. And I don't know what the exact numbers are, but let's just say it's a 50-50 coin flip. We've just missed it like 18 times in a row, basically. Maybe not 18, like 6 times in a row. Because they lay a bundle of eggs every 3 months. So you either miss it or you don't. And we are just consistently missing it. That's what's happening here. And then you right here can get a bucket. And we can put that out. That's a ramp. That might have something scary behind it. So might that, but it's not likely to be all that scary. That has something scary behind it, which I need to know what it is. Everything else in here seems fine. That should be fine. Well, right now, the statistics are starting to give me a lack of gambler's confidence. Or even, like, gained value. I'm pretty sure it's like an oversight or a bug because of what's happening with the dyeing of adamantine. Because I've got a very active dyeing industry, like dyeing a whole ton of thread to make a whole ton of clothing. Dwarves are just claiming it before anything else can get thrown in there with other priorities. Deep within this place, we've uncovered a treasure of the gods. It's a thin, shining metal knife. A sword for a baby. I should be able to just dig through all this. That might be less safe, but whatever. YOLO. If you don't lose, you'll never know. Let's get green glass into here. How do you make shining metal or black metal? You have to find it. You don't make it. There is 2 ways to acquire the randomly generated god metals in your world. If you just go to make items and you type in metal, you'll find them all. Beermanir, the bookkeeper, has been possessed. And you type in metal, you'll find them. So if I just go here, work orders, metal. Those are all the metals that are in my world. Those can be acquired from angels in adamantine spires that happen to have gear equipped that's made of metal. So in this case, actually, if I go through, that's meltable. I should set that to be melted. That's meltable. I should set that to be melted. These are ones I've made. That's meltable, so I should set it to be melted. But then you can bring them up to these, and you can set them to be melted. So you can do that from angels. Or you have to find a vault. And good luck. That requires a lot of adventure mode. But I'll be honest, I can't remember the last time I found a vault. Like myself. Has anybody here in chat ever even seen a vault outside of like maybe a YouTube video? Like, have you ever found a vault in a fortress world? Intentionally or accidentally? Knowingly or unknowingly? Similar question, I suppose. What's the weirdest thing you've ever settled on accidentally in Dwarf Fort? Like, genuinely accidentally. I'm always, like, shocked and surprised when I settle on a camp accidentally. When I'm not expecting it. There's a creature right there. Just gonna not do this and instead just channel that. Let's deconstruct that. Let's not build that and instead channel this. Let's also channel this. Yeah, true. Jody, that was pretty wild. Uh-oh. Got a ghost named Ral, who's possessing dwarves. Who just possessed this kid, who's now throwing a tantrum on behalf of the ghost, and hopefully doesn't do anything particularly bad. But did cause a barrel to get forbidden, which is, I don't know, anyways. Reclaiming a fortress lead to any consequences. Dwarves can migrate in and out of the fortress, so populations will change. Outside of that, I mean, it could theoretically get taken over by another faction while you're gone, but outside of it, like, possibly getting taken over or, like, the population, like, changing, not really. Do be cautious if you're doing some wild things with water displacement. Because the game doesn't always put the water back in the right place. Same with lava. So if you got like super complicated lava works, you might want to be a little bit cautious with that. But outside of that, not really. Oh, some things will be released from cages if you have a lot of things that were in cages. But so, like, if you retire a fortress and then, like, play other things in the world for 100 years and come back, a lot of the dwarves will be gone because they've died or migrated and moved on and other such things. Let's just dig through this. Let's dig through that. There we go. Ghost has been laid to rest. Easy peasy. That's obsidian right there. Let's get you dug out. See you later, Dulkin. We'll be on Saturday. Take care of yourself, dude. What, the kid who got possessed, Eric? Yeah, probably. Beermanier, the bookkeeper, has created a Kaiser Strem, a copper low boot, and offers it to the dwarves. A copper low boot, eh? The lowest copper boot, as opposed to the highest one. This is a copper low boot. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval conglomerate cabochons and decorated with llama wool and encircled with bands of copper, tower cap, and round dolomite cabochons and pigtail. The object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of goat leather. Also, as a heads up, I think name redemptions are open. Yeah, they definitely are. If you want to name something, could theoretically do that. I am going to assign that low boot as, I don't know, give it to the general. You get the fancy shoe. It's not a super valuable fancy shoe because it's just, you know, a fancy shoe, but where was that? It's down here. There it is. I see. It's 5,100 is the value of it. So I can sort by value, more or less. Oh, there it is. So you can go get adamantine spears now. That's just Zon left. Although, Zon, I'm actually going to give you a custom item instead of a spear, because you're a legendary hammer dwarf. I'm just going to let you take a warhammer. Hammers on! So you can keep a artifact hammer, or just a hammer in general. Then I can update this lower squad, and a bunch of them are going to go get new gear as well. Got a bunch of other things I can update. Some more gear and stuff available for basically everybody. You're walking around, yeah, you need to be booted out of the military Udil. Which squad are you in? Points of mining. Throw you in. You in. How about you? Yeah, throw you in. Dwarves that can use their hands, you know? Much more useful in this case. Let's just make you into a pit pond. Get rid of all this. And now that you've been dug through, I'll dig through you. That's good, Fishbone. Congrats. Was the coffee good? Why do I have coffins not inside a tomb? I don't know, because they don't need to be in a tomb. They just need to be in a zone. And a zone doesn't need to be in a tomb. You got so many dead that you're wondering if you could make a communal tomb? At a point, it just becomes a catacomb. They don't need to be specifically in a room to count as a tomb. It just needs to be in a tomb zone. And they don't care about the value of it after they're dead, so... Like, unless you're making a tomb for somebody who's still alive, it really doesn't actually matter. Hot cocoa with toasted marshmallow flavoring. Nifty. Excuse me. I don't think I've had anything other than coffee at a coffee shop in a very long time. It's kind of not the direction I wanted that to go, but oh well. Let's fill you back in. Let's dig through that. And also these. We'll get water flowing this way. Here's hoping we can get another bucket or two in there first. Let's get you dug out. Let's also go down into here and fortify that. And fortify that. So we can see what's on the other side of it. To immediately visualize the cost of your failures. Yeah, like sometimes like a bad calamity will happen and I'll just look at it and like roughly estimate a head count and just queue up the coffins before the bodies have even been moved. Like the fight's still going, I'll be like, 50. Get to it, manager. It's like, word gets rushed to the king. 50 dwarves are found dead today, sir. I'll have the manager queue up the coffins as we speak. Is the fighting over yet? No. Ah, well. Were any of them legendary? No, sir. Nothing of value was lost. Makes me want to rewatch Burn after reading. What was his clearance level? What did they say in that movie? 3? Good. No big deal then. Dang it. I was looking at that going, I guarantee you a dwarf is going to get stuck in the wall. Deep within this place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. Ooh, fancy hat. It's a large glowing metal hood. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Can Paddington wear it? Please tell me it's big enough for old Patty. I'm not very hopeful. Maybe it's sized for humans. That is pretty cool, though. It's not a panda. It's a polar bear, but close. And yes. Fully armed with a steel longsword. Yeah, it's all good. You're one of the less upset bear people. The bear people tend to be a little whiny, but you've been getting on pretty well. Let's also go up a little bit to right about here. This needs to be blocked off. Basically, I need to dig down into here. Could go over here and do it. There's something scary right there. Don't know what it is. Just know it's something scary. Something scary right there. We don't know what it is. We're about to find out that there's a dead dwarf there. There it is. Found it. Oh. Don't do two. Oh, almost did two. Didn't do two. That was almost bad times two. Bad event number 2. Electric something. Except that's scary, so I shouldn't dig up one. However, I can dig this. And that. And this. And this. A forgotten beast named Ab has come. It has abs. Oh no, it doesn't have abs because it's not plural. It just has ab, individual. A gigantic scorpion composed of clear glass. It has a round shell and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. Where is it though? It can get to us. We have to fight it. Hey chat, I need a vile force of darkness for the goodest of luck. I don't know why I'm surprised that it has a poison sting, because it is a scorpion, but for some reason I kind of feel surprised by this. Oh, look at him. He's got bug eyes. That's funny looking. That won't collapse in 100 years? It's extremely easy if you know what you're doing, ABC, in YouTube chat. They're asking if it's possible to make a fortress that's self-sustaining. Although these days it would require some careful fortress positioning and population control. Just because of the way sieges work these days, but yes, it is possible. Also, before I forget, bump. Where'd that beast go? How many kills does this thing have? None. Not a very legendary critter, are you? It's almost at the fort now. And the dwarves, some of them even armed with adamantine. Please. Please. Please, oh Lord Armok, I beg thee. I can't remember if I have boys or lady Hydra. Please let it be the opposite, like opposite sex of the Hydra I already have, and also not gay. I have 2 Hydra. Not a breeding pair yet. The beast is dead, ding dong. A planter was found dead? Oh, unrelated. She's bi, actually, so she's a modern adult. Okay, cool. Well, an ad break is about to run. I'm gonna go use a toilet break. Fuck yeah. Now I just need to make sure I can catch it. I'll be RB. get back right as I'm getting a text message. Okay. It's not a phobia. It's just significantly beneficial, significantly more useful to me, if not. One has to wonder, what are we wondering? Are we wonder breading? I'd rather not wonder bread. Wonder bread's kind of gross. What volume of beer could a Hydra consume per second? That is a question. I'm sure you could do the math. Dwarf has named an axe. Not even certain they can get to this one. Let's do one that's further away. Like that? Oh, no, that's a weapon trap. I need a cage trap. Well, that's a first. One of my dashboard elements of Twitch crashed. I was so excited about the Hydra. Never mind, I don't need to go through all of this work and labor. I managed to step into one of my very random traps that was completely unorganizedly laid out in the middle of goddamn nowhere for some reason. Ages ago, when I was trying to catch other unrelated animals. Good news, everyone. I don't need to even put effort into this. I just have a Hydra now. It volunteered. Now it's time to go underground und make Hydra box. Also, it's taken me way longer to understand the concept of Hydra homophobia than it should have. Like, it took me a minute to realize what you were saying, and now that I understand what you're saying, I'm a little bit of fan. I want them to love who they want to love, okay? It's just more beneficial to me if on top of loving who they want to love, they also love who I happen to have. Make sense? If no, oh no, oh well, whatever. The ingenuity of our stupidity and luck is unparalleled indeed. I should just make this more usable. I don't really need this stairwell anyway. Just use that one. I'm not entirely certain if baby hydras exist yet. I've heard mixed reports as if they do. They might, like, there was somebody in chat, I think yesterday, talking about how hydras are still born full grown. So I know baby sprites for hydras exist. I've never seen one, but why don't I just do this? Cage, rope, and rope. All right, chain, chain, chain. Now that I have a chain, chain, and chain, I can do... Hiya, Hydra! I'll train you. Unexpected challenges of raising baby hydras. 1, neck tangling. So you know how like a large dog, when they're wagging their tail and they're excited and they thwack you with it, it hurts? I feel like that would be the challenge of raising baby hydras. You know what I mean? Smart Hydra? I don't need to connect my Hydra to the Wi-Fi, thank you very much. Hope after being released from confinement. Lonely after being confined. Oh, no. I almost feel bad. You made... No. No. Big sad. So, I know this might be a dumb question, chat. They don't lay eggs. They give birth to live young, yeah? I realize I could check the raws and find out, but... to sign the same one twice. As per the wiki, that's what I thought, yeah. And they probably can't be fully tamed. Yeah, it also looks like they can't be war trained, but very good food supply. You know what I should do? If they do in fact give birth to live young, and if they start making a lot of them, how many of you are familiar with the scorpion bomb? I just made up that name. But the concept of a scorpion bomb or an animal bomb in Dwarf Fort. Desert scorpion bombs were just one that I'm familiar with, but... The what now? So, desert scorpions were a creature that were removed from Dwarf Fortress for being ridiculously too strong. They had the ability to climb walls, they could open doors, they could pick up items, and they could one-shot any creature. They had the strongest poison in the game, and or giant desert scorpions. They were, maybe they're giant sand scorpions. I don't know, it's one of those scorpions. And they were so ridiculously aggressive because of their default settings that they would basically just like walk in and kill all 7 of your dwarves and you would lose immediately. So they were removed from the game in like 2014, I think. Long time ago. I need to make a video on them one day. But anyways, the idea of a scorpion bomb is you could never train them because they would give birth to full-size live young, so they weren't tameable, and they bred very quickly. But what you could do is you could put them all into one cage and then connect it to a cage trap and stick it in the middle of the open area, and then when a siege showed up, you pull a lever and open the cage trap, and then boom, there's a billion scorpions suddenly. How do we feel about the concept of surprise Hydra? Or surprise drop? Bioweapons? No. Hydra herding. Huh? We gotta give these goblins a little bit of a hydrophobia? Had a single Hydra for 12 years now. So I am actually cheating, sort of. Genie and Nubo. It's not a secret. but I have done something to make these creatures arriving way easier. I went into my settings, difficulty, custom, and I scrolled down to Mega Beast attack period, which by default is 10, okay? Which is 10 seasons to have a chance for a Mega Beast in your area to attack you. Hot single Mega Beasts in your area, please respond. I set it to 1, so I basically just have a dice roll every season to get a Mega Beast. I'm gonna turn out my fan, it's getting warm. So I've basically increased the difficulty so that I have a higher odds of more Mega Beasts arriving, which is also lowering the number of sieges I'm getting because I'm getting more Mega Beasts. But like, I specifically made this world with a lot of Mega Beasts in it anyway, so I kind of did this intentionally in a way. Dwarves are courteous people. When a worthy enemy arrives, all they can do is make sure they are... yes. We have to show them our hydroponics. So I'm going to brush up on the Hydra wiki because it's been a while. Hydra. I literally just went to Google and typed in Hydra. Dwarf Fortress. There we go. Turns out they exist outside of Dwarf Fort. Despite their huge size and nature, they're vulnerable to cage traps. In the event a player succeeds to catch one, trained one, they're one of the most valuable pets in the game, tied with all the other Mega Beasts in value. A trained Hydra serves as a perfect defense force for a fortress, although they can't be further trained into war or hunting beasts, and will probably turn any goblin or troll intruder into mince unless overwhelmed. And in the event another Hydra of the opposite gender shows up, the player will get a chance to breed them for even more Hydras. Their offspring are born into adults and take 20 years to reach full size. They're already huge. They're like a large bear already at birth. Being Mega Beasts, Hydras perpetually are hostile to your military squads and must be kept separated from your soldiers. Hasn't that been fixed? That might not still be the case, but I should be cautious with them. Despite being reptiles, Hydras don't lay eggs. They give live birth and don't need a nest box because they're born adults. It isn't possible for their offspring to become fully tame without modding. Your latest merchant caravan is attempting to drown itself, and they are standing in a half-flooded river. Deconstruct your trading depot. And then reconstruct it. That'll probably fix it. They probably got attacked and are trying to hide and now are confused and can't get back together. Because, like, what happens is they need to load all the items from the trading depot, and if they fail to load all the items from the trading depot for some reason, then that can seriously fuck up their ability to continue to alive and function. So your like best course of action is to remove their access to the trade depot, and then they don't have items to load, and then they just leave. Is the page updated? Is what page updated? The wiki? Yeah, the wiki's been updated. I already saved the game, I think. Unless you're asking about something else. So fit us in YouTube chat. But yeah, the wiki is pretty actively updated. I mean, obviously it's not, perfect, but it is maintained by a pretty active community. I have occasionally found issues with it, and it's always like one of my quests to find issues with it, but... But the picture has a Hydra emerging from an egg. It's probably a very old picture. A lot of that stuff is really old fan art when the game was more abstracted, i.e. before nest boxes existed. And like egg-laying creatures existed, period. So the nice thing about the wiki is a lot of it is sort of in a way, like knowledge preservation of the game, because like Dwarf Fortress is such an old game that like in a lot of ways like that stuff, it's like preserving fan art, I guess. And I do think that's quite important. Just from much earlier versions of the game. Let's put a lever over here. I'm just going to collapse this. It's going to be easier to do it this way. But we just need that to be placed first. Like, there's a lot of old screenshots of stuff on, like, ArtStation and things that were, like, commissioned artworks from, like, community members back in the day. Like, I was actually looking at, a story that I'm considering reading, which is one of the shorter ones. It's like, I don't know, a couple of pages on a forum. Probably be like a 30-minute read. That I think is one of the better ones. And that particular story has a bunch of artwork associated with it, and it's all credited to an artist on ArtStation. Which is kind of neat, you know? At least I think it's kind of neat. Actually, I could just channel this up. Now that's built. Just need this. This is where it shows sprites from the Steam version of the game. Okay, now that I need to go look at. What? Oh, are you talking about the baby sprite? Like the infant Hydra? This? Yeah, I know what you mean. That's been there for a bit. That's one of the reasons why I'm not fully believing this wiki page. I'm kind of sus on this wiki page. Not to say that like it isn't up to date, but people don't often have baby hydras in their fort. Like this isn't like regular Dwarf Fortress activity, if you will. This is pretty extracurricular when it comes to community. So until proven otherwise, we might see something new. We might have to go update the wiki. But yes, you are correct. That sprite is there and shows the baby one. Because when they added baby dragons, because dragons used to be that way. Dragons used to be not fully tameable as well. They were still small and called baby dragons, but they didn't have like the actual baby step. They just grew slowly and were born as adults. So dragons were the same way up until like a year and a bit ago, like pretty recently in Dwarf Fortress terms. So similar thing, I guess. Okay, so now that I've done that, let's do this. And you need to be connected to this. You need to click it properly. But they're still just sitting in the river. You guess that you're going to take a relation hit. I'll tell you this. It won't be too bad. Like, it'll be a relation hit for sure. But, like, is this your own faction, Tank It? Because, like, to give you an idea, I've killed, not intentionally, like, I didn't be like, designate death, brr. But I've killed 2 of my own caravans in this world, as this fortress. And, and a human, and a elven one, and they're all still trading with me. Like, we're fine. Yeah, you'll be fine. Just give them some gifts next time. You know, just like pay them off. It's fine. Just think about this like a evil supervillain. You can totally kill your henchmen as long as you've got more to spare. Also, Bastet, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Bastet and Raiders? How was the scrim today? Are you still Digimonin? Or are you doing something else? You haven't been linked up yet, and it's been canceled. Why do you keep getting canceled? Bruh. Item inaccessible. I guess item's accessible now. Weird. Maybe it was those ones that they were going for. They're trying to keep a human caravan. I have a question. Do you have access to the cavern layers, Janubo? Because if you do, they will leave through the caverns and be fine. I realize that's, I guess, kind of a mechanical spoiler, and you weren't asking, but that is a way that you can save that. What do you love the trailer for, Bastet? That's one of the reasons why I really wanted to catch 2 of them, Tibbe. Is DF theme song the beer song? I think the original track is literally called Music 1. And then the other one is called Background. So, no. No, it's not, I would say. I think it's called Main Theme. Emily.lgbt, hello. How are you? We have baby rocks. And baby dragons. And hopefully soon baby hydras will be added to the list. And why is there a random dead performer? One of my rocks got hungry, I guess. Was it you? Oh no, did you die of old age? Oh my god, we had a human performer die of old age. Rest in peace, old lady. And I guess now they're gonna sing a song of lol. Because the human's dead. Oh man, I thought we were gonna say that's how we show respect for Patty Murphy. That's how they show their rudder and their pride. Hey chat, it's jamming time. What jam? Diamond, I have to name something for you, apparently. What am I naming what? There is a king available. And a mayor? And a general? He's not electric, though, so you don't get any stock. I don't think so. No. We've had some violence. Maybe that human scene was real bad, so now they're celebrating that he's dead. You should have redeemed it yourself. You still can. But that would be kind of mean to Diamond. Devildawn, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. The first notification of money in an hour. And the first gifted sub in 3 hours. Appreciate you, mate. As always. Cheers. I'm naming a Hydra. What am I naming the Hydra? Nuddle? Noodle. Not Noodles? If I name it Noodles, we have to just name them all after the offspring, right? Noodles. Lava Torch, the robustness of Rooks. Is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and doesn't cling tightly, and is a friendly individual, and does not go out of his way to help others. He is trusting, and he tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. He is quick to anger and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he can be quite polite. A very spicy Korean noodle. I could go for some spicy Korean noodles right now. That actually sounds pretty good. Dragons still no... It's like we've got a male dragon sitting on the rock eggs and a female dragon sitting on unfertile dragon eggs. God damn it, man. I think my dragon is getting tired of his girlfriend. I need his daughters to age up. Or I need the son to age up so that his mom works again. They can't spit fires? No, they are not Spitfires. Those are jets. Was Think Noodles a Minecraft streamer? Oh. I mean, Noodles is the nickname for the lead guitarist of The Offspring. I'll be completely honest with you. The only reason I'm remembering that right now is because I saw them live earlier this year, and they were like, "That Noodles is here," and I'm like, "All right, they call him that, don't they?" Hey, okay, we don't have a large enough population to be able to build a respectable gene pool. Also, Beer is Good is not a Dwarf Fortress related song, Reborn. Beer is Good is, that's Kripaklani, right? Or no, that's not Kripaklani. That's the Beer song, not the Beer is Good song. The Beer is Good song is that Psycho Stick? The Beer is Good, Beer is Good, Beer is Good, and Stuff song? When it comes to really dumb, repetitive songs like that, I have to say that I vastly prefer the Chicken and Corn song. If you don't know Chicken and Corn, that's fine. But it is a song about coming home from work at the end of a long day and eating some chicken and corn. It's like a minute and a half. It's by Annihilator. That's it. It's a classic, I guess. You don't need to listen to it, but I like it well enough. It's kind of funny. That's all. I'm stripping these goblins so that I can feed them to my Dwiggins. Queen Thing, thank you very much for the raid. How was the stream? Anything particularly noteworthy happen? Terracotta Pie's pretty good too. We just had a human die of old age, and I finally have a thruple of Hydra. If you like dwarfs, oops, I can type. There you go. Go give Queen Thing a follow. For more dwarfs. I'm not even sure what tune that's supposed to be because I clearly have never heard it before. Probably Jody. It's 7, right? Hydras? A giant dragon-like monster with 7 biting heads. I do really like that that Noodles' real name is just Ted. Holy shit, you've been busy. Also, speaking of dwarfy sounding songs, I feel like Beer Drinkers and Hellraisers is also pretty appropriately dwarfy. I totally forgot my entire military was stationed. See, I refuse to consider Diggy Diggy Hole a Dwarf Fortress song because that song is just Minecraft. Like, it's 145% Minecraft. Like, there is very little dwarf in that for me. Oh, we're never actually able to get down there. An elven caravan has arrived. We sold them a rock last year. So now we play the game of how long does it take for a rock, not for the rock, for the Hydra to make baby? I also just kind of don't like the Yogscast and kind of just don't like the song, and I also kind of don't like the band that covered that song and that made it popular again, Golden Hand Neat, because I've seen them live and they were really bad. So I just have too many music opinions. I think it's the my actual like grumble when it comes to that song, because I just don't like that song. It is appropriately dwarfy. I just don't like it. No, they don't lay eggs. Trust me, we've done a lot of research into this already. I sold them a rock. Yes, it was worth 10,000 dwarf bucks. No cap. They loved it too. I mean, they seemed very pleased with the trading. Granted, I traded the rock for just like a bunch of melons and some hats, so like, I would also be pretty happy with the trading. I mean, rocks are pretty valuable. I mean, have you ever seen one? They're giant. I don't know if I'm a music expert, but I have opinions. I don't have to be an expert about it. I don't have to be an expert to have opinions. This is why commentary YouTube exists. I just like music, and I don't like that music in particular. Speaking of music in particular, this music in particular, who happens to be in the format of an Etten, has shown up, named Ottar has come. A humanoid monster with 2 heads. All right, Noggin Haver. Hold up. I'll cave that in a mo. Let's follow this Etten. Since the baby dragons want to play. You would be ahead of the curve. If you did, Emily. I checked the stone for heat. What devilry this be? Did somebody just die? Nope. We Gucci. Oh. Whoops. Well, if they kill it, then that's fine. Guys, just kill him already. He's almost dead. You can't beat him into any more of a pulp. 10 trees, okay. It's fine. Like, just finish the job. You're just torturing him. That's 2 elves down now. Okay, fine, I'll help. Do I do this the dumb way? I do this the dumb way. You know, the Will Smith song, Get Jiggy With It? I gotta get Dwarfy with it. That's a Dwarfy song. Get ogre there, Radish. Please. Why you go the wrong way? I'm just gonna forbid everything over here. Where's this clother? Attend meeting, hey? An elf dancer's been elected mayor? Did my mayor just die? Chat, my mayor just died. Oh, this is gonna go bad. Here comes Mice Nerd. Who's ready for some chaos? We are sowing the seeds of... Why did you... No. He's still pulling the kiddo. Okay, what if I delete this? Dwarf is still leading. This could have been so much easier. Okay, what squad are you in? What squad are you in? Well, that didn't go as well as I'd hoped at all. And I have a new mayor now. Some of them do. Brave ones don't. So dwarves that are brave in the face of imminent danger will just charge in. The ones that are scaredy cats will. So if a dwarf is like cowardly or like their personality is cowardly, they will just run away. It's a pretty brave faction generally. So they're not gonna run because they're pretty brave. They're only gonna run if they're not brave. Oh, you already have quarters. Oh, the fort's totally under control. We were never out of control. There was a little bit of chaos for a minute there, but yeah, everything is under control. Although I am going to cave in stuff, and this is also under control. But if you like watching stuff break, when that lever goes, this should collapse unless I fucked it up. Clack. There we go. Now I just need to seal off this side. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm just used to it, but that is just kind of how Dwarf Fortress works to a point where I just kind of, I guess, accept it. More than anything. Like, it's just, that is how Dwarf Fortress works. It's a little odd sometimes, but it is just how Dwarf Fortress works. How many wafers am I at? 6. Let's make adamantine helms. Let's go to you and update that. I was gonna say, someone's got a new weapon. Wolf's got a new weapon. And we're gonna fly down to the lower levels and dig deeper. Because I got some water I gotta clear. Let's dig into that. Let's dig into that. Let's dig into that. Nope, not that. And then I will release that water. The Forgotten Beast, the Mub has come, a towering eyeless tiger beetle. I'm waiting for the Winnie the Pooh beetle. The Winnie the Dung beetle. It has a towering eyeless tiger beetle. It has large mandibles and a gaunt appearance. Its woodland green exoskeleton is sleek and smooth. Beware its deadly speed. Oh, it's fine. Don't even need to worry about it. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of the eccentricities in Dwarf Fortress that I'm just so used to. I know how to fix them, right? So. I'll have you know that the elves have sold us those giant bears. I've been trying to get a breeding pair from them for a while. Actually, I should check. Did they drop any? Just a rando leopard? That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Also dig through that. And gamble a little bit with that. Gamble a little bit with that. And then we can release this. I think I could also go up to here and do that, and go to here and do that. So I can let those slide. And by slide, I mean release that. Which we'll do first. It's not going to go too far. It's just going to seal itself back up, probably. But give us a little bit more space that we can let the other lava flow out. That's sketching me out a lot. Okay, it's fine. Let me dead. That was terrifying. Made it through okay. Well done, dwarfs. Didn't even go where I was expecting it to go. There's something behind that. So we'll go check. Chat, when you're playing Dwarf Fort, do you just kind of throw your dwarves at the wall and see if they stick or if they slide down dead? Or do you actually, like, try to protect your dwarves? I'm somewhere in the middle where, like, initially I will always be like, okay, I'm going to be super cautious. I'm going to try and keep my dwarves alive as long as possible. Like, let's preserve the valuable ones. And then there's a point where I usually get to where it's like, all right, some of you are going to die. And I don't care if you don't like it. That's something that we're going to accept, and you're going to deal with it. If they have kids, you'll watch out for them. I maintain the most disturbing thing that you can find in Dwarf Fortress are zombified babies with non-zombified mothers. Because the mother will carry the baby for the rest of her life. There is something about that that is just terminally fucked up. Like, it's truly one of the grimmest things in this game. Especially for a game that is, like, pretty... you know, not mean all the time. Until they become annoying. And then you feel like they're playing against you in some way. Yeah, I know that feeling. When you have a dwarf that just goes around breaking shit and you're like, all right, Jurist, I'm going to drop this rock on your head and you're not going to like it and I don't care. Speaking of rocks, the Dwarven Child has created Astoeteth, a fungi wood scepter, and offers it to Thunderfire, a gift for the king, Ewing. He's going to have a hard time carrying all these scepters. How about instead of the king, Ewing, we give it to the champion. It's worth 30,000 Dwarf bucks. And a holding. Yeah, you send them to the farm up north. With that, yeah, that's what I say when I drop rocks on people's heads as well. I tell all the kids that we sent their pet dog to the farm up north. They don't mind so much. It makes the pain shorter. Except I'm actually going to uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. It is a curved, twisting metal blade. Nice. You know, I never tried. I wonder if you could sell the godly metal items to the elves. Since technically a god made it. I mean, it wasn't made by hurting any trees. I don't, unless it's like the anti-tree god. Pre-100 population, every life is a miracle. Post-100 population, whatever, man. That is such a grim allegory to so many things, man. It's too real, dude. Let's see who arrives first. Too Tall Dad wants you to post around a beers chat. It's good to see you, mate. Well, good to see you posting beers, mate. Okay, I thought that was a dead dwarf. It's just trousers. It's fine. There are some clear diamonds down there, though. A vile force of singular dragon has arrived. The goblin is named Squirmidbad. He became a baby snatcher a long time ago. This time they sent 2 Durgans. And because Durgans are actually pretty threatening to my Durgans, I'm going to send my Dwarvens to meet with the Durgans so they don't de-Durgan my Durgan. Nope, there's nope. Okay, it's okay. They're distracted by the trading depot. Uh-oh. This could be bad. Why is there so many? Okay, some of the dragons or the baby dragons are having a playtime. That's good. Just stay safe, kiddos. You're very valuable when not cooked. Okay, we killed the last one. And we have spotted a slam bush, which is because they're dumb and stepped into my cage traps. And then we find the goblins. I'm just gonna forbid everything out here. And send the dwarves back here. Because if more arrive, they will fight. Oh wow, there's actually like an army this time. Bolt Cruel. Just gonna do a quick save. I'm gonna see if the dragons can fight them. Have you ever heard of the concept of tact and like appropriate story for appropriate situation, Golden Henny? I guess not. I agree. Amber Dragon used to be rich. Jack, can I get a round of beers for Amber? Because like that's the least you can do. Nah, well, learn quick. It's important. Did you hear the story about the chatter on Twitch who got called silly for saying something dumb and out of place for no reason? Well, you're about to. Start it. It's going to be a very unique story to you. You will invent it yourself. Oh, so you have heard of that? Oh, okay. Well. You ever heard the tale of the great Cartholio? Or the great Cornholio? Let's see if Baby Durgan got this. Get him, buds! Get him, Pupper and Puppers! Okay, Pupper is damaged, but Dwagon is okay. I don't fully... Okay. I'm gonna have to reload the save. I don't understand this at all. As to why the baby dragons breathe fire when there isn't... like a siege, but when there is a siege, they breathe fire. So I'm gonna have to fight them. I don't know. They breathe fire for wild animals, forgotten beasts. Like, I've been testing this. Without question, they will breathe fire if there is a mega beast, a wild animal, anything along those lines. But the second it's specifically an invading force and it's listed as a siege, they don't. And I don't really understand why. I mean, maybe that means that keeping them as war animals is more viable because it means that you'll be able to, like... Wait, are you going for that? Yeah, okay. Maybe that means keeping them as war animals is more viable because, like, when fighting next to dwarves, they won't, you know, do this. So anyway, they started blasting meme. Like, maybe that's why? No, they want... Somebody go repost the clip of these exact baby... dragons just turning the were-coyote into charcoal immediately. No, they 100% fucking breathe fire. Trust me, they do. They just don't when goblins are attacking. They only do when it's not goblins. Or not a siege, rather. I was kind of hoping them to breathe fire and just incinerate my entire army. Just instantly. That would have been glorious. In other news, a forgotten beast named Nathomba has come, a gigantic feathered bee. It has mandibles and it appears to be emaciated. Its white feathers are long and broad. Beware its poison sting. Carbohydrates. Name your angriest militia dwarf after you. You might not live very long, but if you insist, sire. I can't because they're already named. You're not in the military anymore. Beard or no beard? Because I got a lady dwarf who's pretty pissed. I got another lady dwarf who's pretty pissed. I got a boy dwarf who's less pissed. I got a boy dwarf who's less pissed. Alright, stupid. Thank you very much for the 65th month. That sub gets discounts at McDonald's and cheaper public transit. 65 years, man. Beardless fine cap. Some people are pretty specific as to whether or not they want a boy dwarf or a lady dwarf. All right, you're now Maffle, the militia captain of the Markster squid. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and doesn't handle stress well. Often feels lustful, isn't particularly ambitious. Often acts with compassion. She likes a little excitement now and then, isn't particularly curious about the world, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and has a greedy streak, and she works to Square's natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. She has little interest in joking around, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. Ads are about to start. I'll stop reading when the ads start. She values eloquence, values peace over war, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and does not care about friendship, but dreams of raising a family. She likes stoneware, lay pewter, as well as aventurine, bloodthorn, sheep's wool, warhammers, shields, rings, cows for their hunting moves, and the words of the teacher of meandering and when possible prefers to consume white-spotted puffer and white-spotted puffer and whip wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. You have a bunch of friends, but you're not married, and you are a member of the Rangers Guild. Welcome to the fort. I was able to read before the ad started. Just as a reminder, chat. Where are we? Where are we at today? Let's see. Actually closer than I thought. This is a crowdfunding channel. I do have a daily minimum. When I talk about the daily minimum, it's a number referring to the amount of money I need to make in the day to make minimum wage for where I live if I stream for 8 hours. Currently, we are 20 US dollars, or 21 actually US dollars away from the daily minimum. So if you happen to have a Prime subscription or, I don't know, money burning a hole in your wallet, please insert it directly into your monitor using the coin slot at the bottom. Or don't. I don't know. Live your life. We're waiting for these ads to end and the goblins to arrive after the ads end. It's a one-line init edit. I can't remember what file it's in, but you can literally just go to the Dwarves raw files and just be like, has beard. It's very easy to edit. I think they've moved because they've been reorganized, but yeah, it's stupidly easy to do. It's like maybe the easiest mod to make. I just don't like doing it because there are some people in my chat that really, really, really don't want to be a lady dwarf. And that doesn't matter if the lady dwarf has a beard or not. They just don't want to be a lady dwarf. And so, like, if they all have beards, then I'm just, like, filtering until I find one that is not a lady. And some really don't want to be a male dwarf. So, it's just easier this way. Does this work? Sure. It's like tap, right? Could you imagine a world where, like, oh God, we probably are there already, right? Where, like, everybody could just have an RFID thing there and you could just tap your card on the RFID thing to pay for something on the internet. That has to exist, right? You have to be able to use, like, Apple Pay through your phone to pay for something on the internet. Anyway, there's a forgotten beast in the basement, and it absolutely can get to us. Not that one. that one. Scandal Lurk! Mm-hmm. That's a good name. What are you asking? Oh, it's just because this person's saying puts phone against screen. Does this work? And I was just like, there has to be a way to like use a phone physically to pay for something on a computer physically. Sorry, Adam. Chuckleboards. I could have made it more likely that that dwarf would survive, but that's no fun. We have fun here. Was that your first kill? Yeah, it was. Maybe soon to be a second. Oh, there we go. And dead. Easy sleazy. I'm gonna send the second squad, because I don't think they have any pets assigned. Yeah, no, they don't. I'm assuming they're gonna go get adamantine helms now. How many kills do you have, Weed? 45 other kills? Oh my god. Not necessarily being sarcastic, more just like overthinking out loud. I wouldn't even say that I'm being sarcastic necessarily. I'm just like thinking out loud, but like about things that are completely unnecessary and ridiculous. So, Greg and then some, I got bad news. You were killed in the goblin fighting. And you died off screen. You died valiantly defending the fortress. And Udil is now the captain of the guard because he's too injured to fight. And is very pissed off. Also, chat, can we get a round of Fs for Greg and then some? It is his birthday after all. And his bear finally passed. Let's see if I can find the actual fighting. An axeman crushes the captain of the guard in the upper body. The attack was deflected by his steel breastplate. The goblin axeman hacks the captain of the guard in the neck with her silver great axe, and the injured part was cloven asunder. Yeah, that'd do it. The captain of the guard still continued to fight, though, after having her neck cloven asunder, and actually bit the goblin in the upper body, tearing apart the muscle, and then somehow speaking with no neck says, "I've been injured badly, gurgle, 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 there's no hope." Blah. Respect. Respect. You shall be missed, bear. That is a pretty good beer that you could use. All right. This is going to become a pit pond zone for many a bucket. And let's see how this goes. Yeah, I'm actually getting excited. I get to see a band that I really like tonight, so I'm pretty stoked, actually. This is a band that I haven't seen since 2023, I think? So it's been a couple years? It's either 2023 or 2022, I can't remember. It's one of the two, and it was in a nightclub that I really hated back then, but... Holy Fuck is who I get to see. Golden Hand Meat. They're a Canadian... rock band? I don't know. They're kind of how do I explain them without sounding crazy? They have a lot of cats in their music videos. Sure, experimental's a word you could use. They play guitars with butter knives, and their lyrics are inaudible, generally. They have a lot of weird tape loops and funky bass lines. It's like not hard to like a lot of like really experimental stuff like that's like sound like when you describe it, it sounds like it's really hard to listen to. It's very accessible. It's easy to listen to. It's pretty danceable, but it's also like a guy vaguely shouting into a drum mic, but super listenable. I don't know. I always recommend people listen to like their Tom Tom performance on KEXP because like. Then you can actually like see what they're doing, which makes them a lot more interesting than just like, well, that's weird sound, which is kind of what it is otherwise. They're also one of those bands that like, I don't know, if you play a lot of video games, you may have actually heard some of their songs before because their music gets licensed like kind of a lot in stuff like Ubisoft games and things. Like, they had a bunch of songs in Watch Dogs, which was weird. Oh, you like Battles? I getcha. I've seen Battles. Battles is fun. Also good, weird, experimental stuff. I would play one of their performances of playing a guitar with a butter knife, but I'll be honest, I don't really want to get this entire VOD copyright ID'd. Having black metal in Cyberpunk was so unexpected for you? Why is that? Because the man knows want. Shoutouts to the Armed. Speaking of loud music. It's my favorite part of Cyberpunk is the Armed is on that soundtrack. I find the writing in Cyberpunk to be kind of repulsive. I haven't played it, but I've watched a lot of streams of it over the years, and I do find the writing in that thing to be like hard to like tolerate. It's so not my thing. That being said, there's some real good music on that soundtrack. Holy fuck, favorite song, Tom Tom, says Vexed One. Tom Tom's pretty good. Gem Cutter's been found dead. I'm not surprised. New captain of the guard, new rules. Let's see, do I actually have enough tombs right now, or do I need to make more? I think I need to make more. Yep, I need to make more. For a hot second there, I thought there was just a baby hanging out with the hydras, and I was about to be like, "What did you do?" How well trained are we? Trained, and trained. I'm just going to be a little risky because I'm not entirely sure if the hydras are going to pass along their trained level to their kids. They probably will, but it's actually safer if I make this into a zone and assign mom and dads to the zone. Because if they're just on chains, then they won't be assigned anything. If they're in this zone, then their kids will automatically be assigned to it. So I can go over here and make a bunch of cage traps. Do they have names? One of them does. Well, they all do, technically. We've got Akmot, we've got Crowrud, and we've got Noodles, also known as Ted. Guess which one has the official lore-friendly name? I don't know necessarily about that. They certainly picked big bands within the niches, but yeah. I don't know, video games kind of do that a lot, Mary. I mean, there's a lot of really weird niche stuff in, like, the Grand Theft Auto soundtracks. Kojima games do the same thing. There's a lot of really weird niche Canadian music in, like, the Watch Dogs franchise as an example. I don't know. That happens a lot in video games. Artists supporting artists, I suppose. Fall of Troy are also huge for their niche, at least at the time. Noodles / Ted is your favorite? Yeah. Because the game was made as the same right holders for Guitar Hero 3, so Activision? Because that's Guitar Hero. Wasn't the Fall of Troy games published by THQ? Like, or Saints Row games published by THQ? It's not that I don't believe you, it's just I seem to recall that wasn't who was publishing that, but I don't know, maybe I'm misremembering. And Guitar Hero was Activision, not THQ. It was, I mean, it wasn't made by THQ, it was published by THQ, but yes. It was just a guess, it's like an assumption. Yeah, that's fair. I have tons of those, which have been proven wrong years later. You know, like the classic assumption that many a teenage boy made that I'm going to extinguish that one because I've lost too many dwarves already. Like the assumption that a lot of teenage boys made that there was a cheat code in Tomb Raider to make her take her shirt off. As for why you would want flesh-colored triangle tits instead of normal triangle tits, I don't know. Although there was one that blew my mind when I was a little kid as far as cheat codes go. Someone told me that there was nuclear bombs in Age of Empires, and I refused to believe them. And then I actually tried to type in the code once and spelled it wrong, and then continued to not believe them. And then finally I did figure out how to spell the code correctly, and then I did believe them, and I was really confused about what the game I was playing. Which in
This is madness!
Age of Empires was E equals MC squared trooper. Correct.
Yeet.
Not to be confused with the Photon Man, which used the same sprite but shot lasers. Why did I save that miner? Because he's a legendary miner, and it takes 1 billion fucking years to dig through adamantine with a legendary miner, let alone somebody who isn't legendary in mining. And so for my sanity and time, because it's like 2+ minutes to dig through an adamantine block if they're not legendary. So that's why I saved him. For my own sanity, I guess, is maybe an easy way to put it. Also, Hobo, how are you doing today? Machine gun car was yours? Yeah. That was Big Daddy, right? Pow 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 was also very good. Yep. Or Die Die Die. That was my yes, mom, I can quit cheat code. Traction, bench, and iron anvil. So the king stops yelling at me. You're over your post-trip funk? Post-trip funk. Like, sad when you come back from a trip? I have like the inverse of a post-trip funk. I get very excited about going on a trip, and then I go on the trip and immediately regret it. And it almost always happens like that, where like I go, why did I do this? I can't afford these goddamn vacations, man. Although, speaking of vacations, my Sunday physical tickets for F1 arrived. So I have those now. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be a treasure of the gods. I just got Sunday ones so that me and my dad can have physical tickets for Sunday. I mean, what could possibly be behind that, if anything? Let's also dig up that and let that water out. At least it's finally starting to cool down. You have to pick yours up from will call? Do they not ship to the US? Did you get 3 days or just the one? You've never been able to take a vacation, but you're still young, so you're sure that you'll get a chance to at some point. This isn't bragging. This is more like an admittance. I didn't go on vacation from the age of... Or rather, I don't even know age, but like from the between the years 2011 and 2016, I took one long weekend and didn't take any PTO from the job that I had at the time. Oh my god. Mayor's been reelected. Sticking with the elf mayor. And after that job, and after that one vacation, I didn't take an additional vacation. Actually, that's not true. 2013, I took a week off. So 2013, I took a week off. 2016, I had 5 days. And then I didn't take another vacation proper until after 2022. Like 2023. So it's tough. It's something that more people should be allowed to do. And even these days, like, I don't go on long vacations. Like, I know people who, like, go to fucking Mexico twice a year for 3 weeks and shit, and I don't understand how people afford that. Zalister, hello? The answer is credit card debt, but I don't understand how people manage to afford that. Yeah, you don't deserve a vacation at 19. You don't deserve a vacation till at least 35. 25. Sorry. No, you do. Vacations are important, but at 19, I still had the energy to just work without caring about vacations. Really. Actually, that's not the case. Like, I directly know some people who have, like, medium tier retail jobs or server jobs who go on very nice vacations annually. It's mostly just a literally do nothing but work and then go on 2-week vacation once a year and also somehow have cheap rent and roommates and or partner that makes enough money that you don't have to pay much in rent between the two of you. That's generally how it seems to go. Which, I live alone. I also just don't like traveling alone, and there isn't many people that I want to travel with. So when it comes to, like, big vacations, at least for me, I would rather, like, if given the option, I would do a short vacation that is, or not a short vacation, but, like, I would go somewhere for 2 days on a weekend and come back. Like, that's a vacation to me. If I'm gone from this job for more than a couple of days, the stress almost isn't worth it. Like, 5 days maximum, I can be gone before I start to freak out. I like a short weekend or a couple of days at home doing nothing following the short weekend. Like, that's like an ideal vacation for me. I have no fucking idea. My brain is. Because North America, you're talking about 3 very large, very different countries. You've got Mexico, Canada, and the US. So for North America, I have no idea. I live in Canada. When I worked in fast food full-time years ago, I had 3 weeks of paid vacation a year because I worked there for too long, but stopped qualifying for it after I qualified for it. So I usually would just take the extra pay in January because it wouldn't stack. So I would just get paid out once a year and never take it. I think my dad just retired on the 30th of April, and I think it was like 6 weeks. He worked at the job that he had for like 18 years or something. I don't know. I forget that long weekends exist. Because I'm essentially a gig worker, right? So. Is coming back home? Yeah, it makes you reappreciate home again in a lot of ways. Traveling to learn about the world and yourself is something that more people should have the privilege to do. Most people don't travel to learn about the world, though. Most people travel Okay, I'm generalizing heavily. So bear with me here. It seems like, from my perspective, many people travel to be pampered by somebody or people that live in a place that has a lower average pay than where they currently live. That's what a lot of vacationing seems like to me, which is a repulsive, like, and a thing that I hate. So I very much avoid that. You're just at the point where you want to be able to live in a semi-stable environment. No, I get you. I understand that. I think there's something that is important to remember, and like globally, I guess. So this is big picture, so it doesn't really like affect most people. So we do live in a safer, peacefuler time period than almost any point in history. We're just more aware of how bad things are. But I hear you. That was me for like. I basically started streaming full-time in 2016 because that was when I cut my hours down to like nothing at my real job, and then quit it in 2018. And I was unstable financially from the day I cut my hours back to... Actually, no, the day I quit my second job was the day I stopped being stable financially until Dwarf Fortress release, basically. So like I was from 2016 until about 2022 December. I mean, it doesn't make it affordable. Golden hand neat, but it just makes it more affordable. What am I exploiting? Push in YouTube chat? Culture-wise, nothing compares to traveling. If you don't need a visa to travel anywhere, I find it strange not to use the opportunity. I think that there's people who live in countries where you're close to a lot of other countries where you go, I find it strange that you don't travel. I travel, and I've traveled. But if you live in Europe, Eastern Europe, South America, close to a lot of other countries, that makes a lot of sense. I've traveled all around Canada. Like, I've been to every province with the exception of New Brunswick. Admittedly not in a while. I've been to most of the major cities in the western states. I've been to several of the major eastern states cities. Sorry, flyover province, Bastet. The New Brunswick president goes, ow! I felt that. I don't like traveling alone. I don't like airplanes. And I don't have any heavy impulse to visit other places. It's the sort of thing where, like, I could either be happy and not travel much and be comfortable, or I would live a very different life and travel a lot. And I would rather be comfortable at this point. Like, to give you an idea, in Twitch chat here, hello from Eastern Europe, where you can go to Italy for a €100 return trip. I'm going to Montreal for Formula 1. Okay? I'm flying Air Canada. It's about $700 Canadian for round trips. Like for a return trip. I'm going to Montreal 2 months later for a festival. And I'm flying. It's something that some friends that I know through work here are going to. and some people that I've been to festivals before with, that we try to go to festivals every couple of years, or every year, but it's been a couple since I've been to the last one. And that's almost $800 for a return flight. Yeah, sure, I could go to Japan or like Asia, but then we're looking at like $2,000 for a return trip. Sure, I could go to Hawaii, but why would I want to do that? And that's not cheap for a return trip. Sure, I could go to Mexico, but like, I'd rather not, like, because then I have to figure out how the medical system works, or just have enough insulin so that I don't die because I'm diabetic. If I'm traveling anywhere for like longer than 30 days, I need a source of a lot of expensive medical equipment to not die. So I need to do that. So I just have a lot of external factors that are just like, it's kind of not worth it. Like, I will be traveling within my province several times to other cities. Like, I'm going to Armstrong for a weekend metal festival in August. It's like 2 days, so I might miss a stream for that. You guys will barely even know that I'm gone. That's like a $50 bus ticket, you know, and like a $100 festival. Like, that's something that I can do. Like, that's something I can justify. $850 to Japan 3 months ago? Sure. Did you have to figure out how their medical system works? How much was your hotel? How much did you spend on food? Do you get PTO? Because those are all things that I figure out and I don't get PTO. So I would not appreciate the stress of doing that. I would also say that was 3 months ago. That was before, like, bombs started falling in the Middle East. But if you actually are genuinely, seriously, 100% honestly asking me that question, I will find you in person, Golden Hand Neat, and throw up on your face. That's all I have to say to you. Because that is disgusting that you would even ask that. It's not worth it, I guess, is the actual answer. Europe to stockpile on it. You know I get insulin for free in Canada, right? I mean, I have to pay for the first, like, 2 boxes in, like, January until I hit my deductible. Or the first tier of my 2-tier deductible, and then they're free. But why would I go to Europe to stockpile? Also, there's this weird reality where, like, a lot of countries won't sell you enough insulin to actually be able to stockpile it, especially if you live in Canada. Like, there's this weird thing where if you're buying the nicer stuff and not like or if you have a prescription for the nicer stuff and not the like actually pennies to make stuff that isn't patented, which you can get, but it sucks and you don't want to use that because that shit sucks. So unless you're getting that stuff directly from a university, the kind of ironic thing is they won't actually give you enough that you can really stockpile it, because there is a non-zero chance that you're just going to fucking drive down to the US and sell it. Because of how fucking expensive it is in the US, which is fucked up for all sorts of reasons. Well, it's cozier because it's called Canada. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be called Canada. So obviously it's cozier. Come on now. Like, it ain't perfect, but, you know, nothing is. You have a health system? No, well, that's news. I thought you guys canceled that. I am trying to be funny, I swear. What I'm saying is the reason I don't travel is my job, which is like anti-traveling. There's a reason why no matter how big people are, if they travel a lot in this industry, they just become IRL streamers. My health, and I don't like traveling alone. Like, I kind of hate it. Like, I wouldn't be going on any trips this year around Canada if I didn't have friends who were meeting me in locations for things. Period. What if I begin a career as an insulin smuggler? That's my post-apocalypse career plan, is to break into every major pharmacy around here. This is a joke. Please don't arrest me. Mounties on horseback. Thank you. I don't need a... This is a... This is a crime scene, eh? Open up there, bud. I don't need one of those at my door. Well, as long as Euro not peeing in the sink, we're good. If I go to the US and my insulin goes bad and I need to, like, buy insulin, it would cost me almost a mortgage payment to re-up it. So, there's reasons why my health insurance to go to the US is like $50-something a day, because it covers, like, insulin loss, which is, like, also fucked. Can you inject maple syrup? I feel like that would be like the inverted effect of making blood sugar go down, yeah? You can do it once. I mean, you could maybe even do it more than once, but like, you know, a genuine statement. I actually am not sure the last time I had maple syrup. It's been at least a year, maybe longer. Way more polite and a lot of sorries. Probably Jody. Whew. That looks dangerous. How many wafers am I at? 2. Those can go away. And now we can bring down the glass. And then I run out of glass, so I'm going to go up to here and dig up the glass. If you don't have maple syrup within a year, just like Americans have to reject their American citizenship if they don't say "hell yeah, brother" and something something Texas big and something something America's penis, aka Florida, and also riding a horse while dual wielding miniguns. Rest in peace, Chuck Norris. I guess. I don't know. Do we like Chuck Norris? Rest in peace, Chuck Norris jokes. That's fucking dope. Cogsack the metalsmith has created Atistaven, a rusted metal spear. And we got an artifact god metal spear. That is fucking cool. Triple thumbs up. For a low, low price of $99.9900. 900. 99,900. It is all craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned sapphire cabochons, studded with rusted metal, decorated with llama wool and dog leather, encircled with bands of cushioned direct cabochons, encircled with bands of cushioned direct cabochons and oval rock salt cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of sheep's wool. On the item is an image of a marquee cut gems and fungi wood. I think that should be appointed to Weed Mick Yee. It would work if I gave it to the right, if I accepted it. Oh, I see. I should have just done that. And delete that. I thought I didn't save it. Bro. Okay, fine. Let's leave it as custom. Lance of Tetanus. It is Rusty. Rusty would be like the god of rain, probably, right? But let's see him go get this. Beautiful spear. Once you put whatever's in your hand into a bin. Oh, you're putting away your spear. You're getting your new spear. There you go. Dope. That is cool as hell, man. We'll swap you over to spear metal. Just don't have enough adamantine spears, so we'll just go melee metal. I cannot name items, weapons, or whatnot. Dwarves can name them, I can't. Oopsies. And let's just smooth that and fortify that. Some giant has arrived, and it's almost unparalleled in size. And a great horned owl person went berserk. That's a weird thing to read. Is Blight? Oh. So it's like the god of famine type deal. Well, goblins are gonna have some fun. Oh no, I was waiting for this to happen. This hasn't happened yet. They melted the door and the drawbridge, and it's kind of overkill, dude. Come on, man. Come on. Ugh. Oop. Okay, that's the funniest part of all of this. Somehow this Kakapo survived. It's a good thing no dwarves were there, hey? Hey, chat, could somebody clip that, please? Please and thank you. So, that's my new tutorial on how to clean out a overfilled trading depot. Anybody have any questions? Please leave it in the comments. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, the Rusty's weapon is new. It's rusty because that's the attribute that the metal is ascribed with. It's so fucking funny. So there's something there. Something there. Let's just go right here. See what's down there. Let's see what's down there. Thanks, Necrontier. Appreciate you. How many layers till hell? So we're at layer minus 103. My friend who's crashing at my house tonight because of the show tonight is just texting me. So if I keep phasing out, it's because I'm looking at updates as to where he is on the bus. We are on layer minus 103 right now, and the map goes down to layer minus 121. The magma sea has stopped where we're at. Basically, it could be on any layer beneath this going down. It could be on any of these. And as far as exactly where, that's hard to say. Some forgotten beast named Sish has arrived. It is a towering feathered ribbon worm, another one with a round shell with an undulating rhythmic body. Its periwinkle feathers are long and sparse. Beware its noxious secretions. Just gonna tell them to go stab it. Did I? Let's actually just tell everybody to go stab it. The noxious secretions can be rough. Oh, we got a very brave dwarf who's dueling with the beast, who is Weed McYeet. Very quickly he killed the beast. And we're gonna find out if... He was shocked after being attacked. The battle rages. We'll find out if the noxious secretions had any effect. Didn't seem like it. Let's actually see how many... I have 10 that I can chop down according to the elves. Cool. Did I not? I thought I did. I've got a bunch of bodies that need to be buried. I thought I was more on this than I am. That's unfortunate. Let's fix this. I'm listening to the elves? Yeah, they keep selling me giant grizzly bears. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What happened to you? I have some sort of fighting breakout? Uh-oh, yeah, no, we had some fighting breakout. I'm not sure what caused that. But somebody tantrumed. I've got some dwarves that are dying now. Got an elf who died. Where's all the fighting at? Oh, shit. We've had this happen before. Chat, we are in trouble. We've had a big fight break out. I'm not sure why, but a big fight has broken out. And I think a lot of dwarves are going to die. Although it seems to be calming down. That was pretty brutal. It could have been a brawling under the influence situation. It could have been something else. Thankfully, it looks like only one of my doctors got injured. How many bone doctors do I have? 2. Is this an actual cascade? I'm not sure. I did have an actual cascade 2 days ago. This could be, but I'm seeing it as kind of unlikely. Where are you going? That is a location to collect a bucket, I guess. Well, all I really got is a lot of dwarves got injured. Good thing I just built a bunch more coffins. A lot of dwarves are getting placed in tombs. I mean, if anybody's getting werebitten, that's a skill issue, not a luck thing, I think. All right, chat. So I think now might be a pretty good time to wind down for the day. First off, we've been live for 7 hours. Janibu, thank you very much for subscribing for 3 months at tier 1. That's very kind of you. That's one of the nicest things you can do. Appreciate you, mate. But my friend's gonna be here in like less than an hour. I need to shower. And I need to make some food. Because I'm going to a show tonight. I will be on Saturday. We will be streaming. on Saturday. And there will be a Future of the Fortress video, because that's been recorded. But, my friend's coming over and crashing at my place, and we're going to go see the band Holy Fuck. So we will continue this injury-prone nightmare and invasion of hell attempt on Saturday. And maybe we'll play the demo of Brigador Killers that day too, because I really want to play that. Give you your points back? You want to be a rock? Okay. I super didn't see that, but I'll give you a rock. I was wondering why you were commenting on that something's bad. Did I fuck something up? Bastet. Tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and times helping others emotionally rewarding. Is grateful when others help her out. Tries to return favors as he gives to fights fancy speedrun. And likes to brawl, doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. And is a friendly individual and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. Is assertive. That's it. We made it. There is an ad break running, but... Twitch folks, before you run off, we are going to raid somebody, so please stick around. YouTube folks, I'm shutting you down now. If you want to come raid somebody, pop over here onto Twitch. Otherwise, we will see you Saturday for more of the usual crud.